good morning. Please do take your seats. We're about to start our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, dear esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests and participants, welcome, welcome, welcome to the 2025 Forum of European Universities Alliances in Wrocław, the conference under the Presidency of the Republic of Poland in the Council of the European Union. My name is Marcin Witkowski, and I will have the pleasure to be your MC and host for today and tomorrow. Very good morning to everyone. Dzień dobry. Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, the organizer of our conference is the University of Wrocław with the support of the Polish Ministry of Science and Higher Education under the patronage of Poland's presidency in the European Union and the European Commission. However, before we all dive into the rich and important discussions ahead, allow me to begin with a few short reflections, some compelling facts perhaps, that will highlight not only the significance of this gathering, but also the unique spirit of collaboration that brings us here to Wrocław today. First, a point of scale. This forum brings together over 65 European university alliances, which are representing more than 570 universities from across the continent. That means hundreds of institutions united by a common mission to transform European higher education sector through cooperation, innovation, and inclusion. Secondly, our host, the University of Wrocław, stands as a symbol of that very mission. Established in the 18th century, it is one of the oldest universities in Central Europe, and today it serves over 20,000 students, offering 151 degree programs, including 31 programs in English, so it's a true reflection of the international spirit. And as we gather here today in this magnificent building of the University Library, it is also worth noting that within these walls there are more than 4.2 million volumes, and among them some real treasures from Jesuit colleges and 16th century church libraries. It's a powerful reminder that knowledge knows no borders, no time limits. But we are here not just to celebrate the past, we are here to build the future. The European Universities Initiative is one of the most ambitious projects in the history of the EU educational policy. Alliances today are not just signing MOUs, they are building joint degree programs, digital campuses, and even experimenting with shared governance across nations. So together, we represent every academic field, from science and technology to social sciences and the arts, and much more. This forum brings together participants from dozens of countries, forming a living kaleidoscope of languages, disciplines, and cultures. This diversity is our true strength. And perhaps most importantly, at the heart of this initiative are the students. They are not simply just beneficiaries, they're also co-creators, shaping the policies, shaping programs and partnerships. And their voices are interwoven into the very structure of every alliance. And what better place to celebrate that and to host such a forum than Wrocław, a city shaped by bridges, with 12 islands all around us and over 111 bridges. Wrocław literally connects people, and so do we. We do connect people across institutions, across borders, and across generations. So as we begin this forum, we will be asking a lot of questions. What is next? What does our future hold? And how do we move forward? And then let us remember the European Universities Initiative and its policy, which is much more than a promise. It's a promise to our students, it's a promise to our societies, and our shared European values. So let the conversations begin, and let me again say, welcome everyone to the beautiful city of Wrocław, to the University of Wrocław, and our forum. Welcome. We have several distinguished guests today that we need to welcome, especially at our forum. First and foremost, let me say a very warm welcome to Dr. Marcin Kulasek, Minister of Science and Higher Education of the Republic of Poland. She has graced us with her presence as well, the Voivode of the Lower Silesian region, Madam Governor, Mrs. Anna Żabska. We have with us notable Polish parliamentarians, among them Ms. Jolanta Niezgodzka MP and Mr. Dariusz Wieczorek MP. It gives me great pleasure to welcome among us member of the European Parliament, Madame Laurence Ferrand. We also have among us Member of Cabinet for European Commission Executive Vice President Roxana Minzatu, Ms. Vanessa Debille-Santon. I have the honor of welcoming Director General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture in the European Commission, Ms. Pia Arenkilde Hansen. We have with us also Policy Officer for Higher Education in the European Commission, Ms. Joanna de Wandeler. Please put your hands together to welcome our hosts, Rector Magnificus of the University of Wrocław, Professor Robert Olkiewicz. And with him is our host number 2 and Vice Rectoress of the University of Wrocław and Chair of the Conference Organizing Committee and proxy to the Minister of Science for European Affairs and Poland's Presidency in the EU, Professor Patrycja Matusz. Welcome to all our Executive Council members, guests, rectors, vice rectors, deans, teachers, researchers of all university management teams from all European alliances. Welcome. It also gives me great pleasure to welcome Director General of the Polish National Agency of the Erasmus Plus program and the European Solidarity Corps, Mr. Mirosław Marczewski. With him is the Director of Higher Educational Programs at the Foundation for the Development of the Educational System, Director Katarzyna Aleksy. We have with us, of course, also other national agency directors from Germany, Norway, and all the other countries. A warm welcome to all of the Erasmus Plus representatives here. With us today is also Mr. Piotr Kemski, Director of Institutional Programs of the National Agency for Academic Exchange Programs, Poland. Where are you, Piotr? There he is. Our conference and forum would not be complete without the presence of Director of Institutional Development of the European University Association, EIA, Ms. Maria Kello. With us here also today is the Vice President of European Association for International Education, EAIE, Mr. Tayeb Shah. We have Ms. Weronika Kuprianova, Deputy Director of Academic Cooperation Association. Veronica. Warm hand. Thank you. Yes, there she is. A very warm welcome and a big shout out to all our panel moderators of today and tomorrow, and a very special welcome to all of the European student body representatives with the Polish Erasmus Student Network President, Ms. Anna Kowalczyk. Let me also just say how important it is to me personally and to our organizing team to welcome the local organizing team with its head of the international office at the University of Wrocław, Ms. Urszula Broda, and her team. They are the ones who put all of this together for you, so this applause is much appreciated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me now ask to the floor the Minister of Science and Higher Education of Poland, Dr. Marcin Kulasek.
Szanowni Państwo, jest mi niezwykle miło przywitać Państwa na tym przepięknym Uniwersytecie Wrocławskim, szczególnie pięknym miejscu. I tutaj zarówno do pana rektora, jak i do pani rektor ogromne ukłony, bo świetnie zorganizowana impreza, już to widzę. Rozpoczynamy Forum Sojuszu Uniwersytetów Europejskich, jedno z najważniejszych wydarzeń organizowanych w ramach polskiej prezydencji w Radzie Unii Europejskiej. Inicjatywa sieci Uniwersytetów Europejskich doprowadziła do znacznych sukcesów we współpracy w zakresie szkolnictwa wyższego w całej Europie. To Państwo jesteście autorami tych sukcesów. Mam nadzieję, że 2 dni dyskusji tu we Wrocławiu pozwolą podzielić się dobrymi praktykami i przygotować na nadchodzące wyzwania.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all at the University of Wrocław and to open the Forum of the European University Alliances, one of the key events organized under the Polish Presidency. And let me just say a chapeau bas and my greatest thanks to all the hosts for hosting us here today. The European Universities Initiative has led to significant achievements in higher education across Europe. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the architects of this success. I hope that the 2 days in discussion here in Wrocław will provide an opportunity to share good practices and to prepare for the challenges ahead.
Wśród konkretnych sukcesów sojuszy wyróżnia się tworzenie wspólnych programów edukacyjnych, które łączą uniwersytety z różnych krajów w celu oferowania międzynarodowych kursów w wielu dyscyplinach. Ponadto mobilność i wymiana studentów, które uległy znacznej poprawie. Dodatkowo pojawiły się innowacyjne podejścia edukacyjne, które integrują obszary takie jak zdrowie, zrównoważony rozwój, zielona i cyfrowa transformacja w programach kształcenia.
Among the solid, tangible accomplishments of the alliances is the creation of joint educational programs that bring together universities from different countries to offer international courses across a wide range of disciplines. Moreover, student mobility and exchange have improved significantly. Innovative educational approaches have also emerged, integrating fields such as health, sustainability, green and digital transitions into the curricula.
Niezwykle istotne jest integrowanie wszystkich grup tworzących wspólnoty wyższych uczelni, to znaczy studentów, pracowników naukowych, dydaktycznych i administracyjnych. Tylko te codzienne i trwałe kontakty dają potencjał do zmian i innowacji w zarządzaniu, zdobywania nowych funduszy, budowania potencjału dydaktycznego i badawczego, a co za tym idzie, wzmocnienie konkurencyjności uczelni w całej Unii Europejskiej.
It is crucial to integrate all the groups that form academic communities, students, researchers, teaching staff, and administrative personnel. Only such daily and sustained interactions create the potential for change and innovation in governance, access to new funding, and the development of teaching and research capacity, ultimately enhancing the competitiveness of European universities.
Dotarcie do szerszych grup docelowych wiązało się z wieloma wyzwaniami. Zapewnienie równego dostępu dla nieuprzywilejowanych studentów było trudne ze względu na bariery finansowe i językowe. Różnorodność językowa Europy również stanowi wyzwanie w dostępie do programów międzynarodowych, zwłaszcza dla osób niemówiących po angielsku. Uniwersytety starały się sprostać zróżnicowanym potrzebom edukacyjnym i oczekiwaniom studentów, od osób niepełnosprawnych po dorosłych, wymagających dostosowań logistycznych i merytorycznych.
Reaching broader target groups has not been without its challenges. Ensuring equal access for underprivileged students, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, has been difficult due to financial and language barriers. Europe's linguistic diversity also poses a challenge for access to international programs, in particular for those who do not speak fluent English. universities have strived to respond to diverse educational needs and expectations, ranging from the needs of students with disabilities to adult learners, all requiring logistical and academic adaptations.
Inicjatywa sieci uniwersytetów europejskich wspiera budowanie ambitnych, ponadnarodowych sojuszy instytucji szkolnictwa wyższego. To one tworzą długoterminowe strategie rozwoju współpracy w obszarze dydaktyki i badań, które wpływają na rozwój otoczenia społeczno-ekonomicznego.
The European Universities Initiative supports the building of ambitious transnational alliances of higher educational institutions which develop long-term strategies in collaboration for teaching and research, influencing socio-economic development in their own environments.
Sojusze są ważnym narzędziem tworzenia innowacji i jakości w dydaktyce i w badaniach, które wzmacniają możliwości instytucji szkolnictwa wyższego w Europie. Długofalowa współpraca i strategiczny rozwój sojuszy wpływa na międzynarodową konkurencyjność europejskiej nauki.
These alliances are powerful tools for fostering innovation and quality in education and research, strengthening the capacities of higher education institutions, indeed across Europe. And long-term cooperation and the strategic development of alliances contribute to the global competitiveness of European science.
Pomimo wyzwań, inicjatywa sieci uniwersytetów europejskich wykazała potencjał transformacyjny, choć jej długoterminowy sukces zależy od pokonania tych przeszkód i zapewnienia trwałości zarówno pod względem finansowym, jak i operacyjnym.
Despite the challenges, the European Universities Initiative has shown and proved transformative potential. However, its long-term success depends on overcoming existing barriers and ensuring sustainability, both financially and operationally.
Ważnym dokonaniem sojuszy jest tworzenie wspólnych studiów, które kończą się uzyskaniem przez studentów wspólnego dyplomu. Dlatego cieszy mnie bardzo fakt, że w czasie polskiej prezydencji udało się uzyskać kompromis i przyjąć rezolucję Rady w sprawie dokumentu europejskiego, dyplomu europejskiego.
One of the most important achievements of the alliances is the development of joint degree programs, culminating in a common diploma for students, and I am therefore especially pleased that during the Polish presidency, a compromise was reached and the Council resolution on the European degree was adopted.
Szanowni Państwo, od powołania do życia Sojuszy Uniwersytetów Europejskich w 2018 roku mamy obecnie 65 sojuszy, które jednoczą 750 instytucji szkolnictwa wyższego, angażując wszystkie państwa członkowskie. Sojusze kształcą 11 milionów studentów. To ogromny potencjał. Cieszę się, że podejmują Państwo dyskusję, jak wzmacniać ten potencjał i jak dobrze wykorzystać to, co udało się zbudować.
Ladies and gentlemen, since the launch of the European Universities Alliances in 2018, we now have 65 alliances uniting 750 higher educational institutions involving all EU member states. These alliances educate over 11 million students, an immense potential. And I am glad that you are engaging in a discussion on how to further strengthen this potential and how to make the most of what has already been achieved.
Życzę Państwu udanych dyskusji. Jestem przekonany, że wymiana doświadczeń i rozmowa o przyszłości sojuszy będzie impulsem do dalszego ich rozwoju. Cieszę się, że są z nami przedstawiciele Komisji Europejskiej, dla których Państwa głos i Państwa doświadczenie są bez wątpienia bardzo istotne.
I wish you fruitful discussions, and I am confident that the exchange of experience and dialogue about the future of the alliances will inspire their further development. I am also delighted that representatives of the European Commission are with us. Your voices and your experiences are undoubtedly great value to all of us.
Szanowni Państwo, jak zdajemy sobie wszyscy sprawę, mamy czas bardzo gorący. Wczoraj wotum zaufania dla rządu. Dzisiaj pan premier zwołał w trybie pilnym posiedzenie rządu, na które niestety muszę wrócić. więc będę bardzo krótko z Państwem, ale naprawdę jestem pod ogromnym wrażeniem organizacji dzisiejszego wydarzenia. Jeszcze raz, Szanowni Państwo, życzę udanych dyskusji i oby sojusze miały się jeszcze lepiej niż do tej pory. Dziękuję bardzo.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, we are in a hot political timing right now, dealing with the vote of confidence for the government in Parliament. And unfortunately, I shall only be able to be briefly with you here because I have to dash off to the cabinet meeting. But again, let me wish you from the heart beautiful and fruitful discussions. And I'm really hopeful to see you all again in future. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me now ask to take the floor Madam Governor of the Lower Silesian region, the Voivod, Ms. Anna Żabska.
Dear the Minister, Mr. Rector and Vice Rector, dear participants, distinguished guests. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this special, important forum of European Universities Alliances. We are meeting in a time when Europe faces very serious geopolitical challenges. Our safety, stability, and future depend on unity. That's why European universities working in alliances are more important than ever. You are not only working on developing stronger education and research, but also helping to build braver and stronger Europe. Thank you for your commitment and for your work. And please accept my great words for you all. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay with you for a longer time because in just 2 minutes, I start a new conference, but in the Voivodeship office. So sorry for that I won't be able to stay with you. But welcome, and I wish you an inspired conference.
Thank you very much. And now let me ask to the floor Pia Renkilde Hansen, the leader of the European Commission who's dedicated to strengthening education, youth engagement, cultural development across the European Union, Director General Pia Renkilde Hansen.
Thank you so much for this welcome, and dzień dobry, dear Minister Kulasek, Madam Governor, dear Directors General, distinguished Rector and Vice Rectors and hosts of this venerable University of Wrocław, dear Polish EU Presidency organizers, and dear rectors, coordinators, students and representatives of the European Universities Alliances community, fantastic community we have here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to address you this morning at this venerable, indeed, University of Wrocław, one of the oldest universities in Central Europe, which, as we heard for centuries, has been a hub of knowledge, science, and free thinking. The university builds on Polish, Prussian, Czech, and Austrian heritage and culture, all while maintaining strong links to universities in other countries. And education, research, and knowledge are central to European values and our past, our present, and indeed our future. Without well-educated and skilled citizens, we cannot be competitive, we cannot protect our shared European values. And as we face demographic change, geopolitical challenges, rapidly evolving technology, and global competition for talent, Europe's position needs to get stronger as a destination of choice for learning, for research, and innovation for the future. So to meet the challenges of the future, education needs to be at the very top of the political agenda. And this is why the European Commission, under the leadership of our Executive Vice President Roxana Mințatu, has proposed the Union of Skills. To get out of policy silos and to join forces to tackle real problems like skills and labor market gaps. The Union of Skills is a unified policy vision which targets Europeans of all ages, equipping them with the competences they need to pursue their ambitions in life, and with the objective to make our union more competitive, more autonomous, more prepared for what the future holds. And higher education plays a central role in the Union of Skills. First in terms, and once again I return to the values that unite us as Europeans. Higher education institutions are places where we can debate freely and critically, where we can learn, understand, reflect, and also nurture our European values. This, of course, includes the fundamental academic values and scientific freedoms that are crucial to ensure quality education, research, and innovation. These values are part of our European DNA, and they need to be protected. Secondly, in terms of current but also future jobs, we know the jobs of today are not the jobs of tomorrow. The alliances are key to deliver on the objectives of the so-called STEM Education Strategic Action Plan, which also is an initiative under the Union of Skills. Because science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are areas where the alliances can pool the resources and they can share the investment in STEM infrastructure, in equipment, and educational technologies, ensuring that our students are prepared for the future of work. Thirdly, in terms of highly skilled people, our higher education institutions are key to ensure that Europe can be a hub for progress and for innovation. That is a place that attracts, that builds, but also nurtures talent. And Europe will remain open for talent, open for free thinking, for free teaching, for free learning, and for free research. This spirit is embedded in our new pilot initiative, Choose Europe for Science, which is funded by the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions. Higher education institutions are at the heart of the future of the European project. And we have several levers when it comes to strengthening our higher education institutions and continue to invest in transnational cooperation. And the European University Alliances are indeed a strategic asset in this endeavor, sitting at the intersection of education, research, and innovation, and bringing services to society as a whole. The alliances develop and reinforce the nexus between academia and industry as well. And by pooling these resources of the alliances, we can power Europe's competitiveness and strategic autonomy. And with technological developments like artificial intelligence fundamentally changing the way we learn, the way we teach, the way we develop knowledge, the alliances need to help Europe to act fast and to keep the pace. Upholding our European values and ethical standards, protecting human agency. And today we have a roadmap for implementing the joint European degree, which will ensure that Europe reaches its potential and as a global hub for academic excellence, or indeed make a major contribution to this endeavor. And we could not have reached this level of ambition without the investment of the alliances, and we need your support to go further and faster with degree implementation. And we have seen with the history of the alliances, which is still a very a short period of time, that things can move quickly, also in higher education. And I would like to thank Wrocław University for being such a front runner in the Joint European Degree Initiative as part of our European Degree pilot project. And I would also like to take a moment, even if the minister had to leave, to sincerely thank the Polish Presidency for your efforts to make the Council resolution on the European degree label a reality. From mid-2026, the first labels will be awarded, and this will mark a new phase where, once again, the alliances, in cooperation with quality assurance agencies and national authorities, will be at the forefront of shaping and applying the joint European degree label. This year, we will launch 2 calls for proposals to support higher education institutions and national systems in rolling out the joint European degree label. The first call will support national authorities and quality assurance agencies in setting up the necessary processes to start awarding the label. And the second call will support higher education institutions in adapting existing joint programs to meet the label's criteria, as well as in designing new, innovative and inclusive joint programs that can qualify for the label. This label is not an end in itself. It's a stepping stone towards a more inclusive, connected and competitive European higher education landscape. It's a stepping stone to a fully fledged European degree. The degree will allow us to address labor shortages and skills mismatches across the EU, creating a more competitive union which is prepared for the challenges of today and of tomorrow, guided by the vision of the Union of Skills. Over the last years, the alliances have been the drivers of significant progress. They changed the way in which we do higher education cooperation in Europe. They helped move higher education to where it belongs, at the very top of the EU national and political agendas. And the alliances are building the skills, the competences and the knowledge, as we heard also, needed for the green and digital transitions. They position Europe as a leading global study destination while promoting a balanced cooperation model in which all European regions contribute and benefit from transnational cooperation. And they strengthen ties with local communities and innovation ecosystems while driving reform across national and European higher education systems. And they pioneer new instruments to the entire higher education community, like indeed the joint European degree label. The alliances encourage researchers' mobility, facilitating joint recruitment of young researchers and academics, and pooling equipment and infrastructure, creating a more attractive research and innovation environment. So the European Universities Initiative overall has demonstrated its great value, but much, of course, remains to be achieved. And the alliances should go further, they should go faster to reach their full potential. And that means mainstreaming across partner institutions their activities, reaching out to more faculties and departments, and embedding mobility and internationalization opportunities in all study programs. And it means accelerating delivery on concrete goals. Joint education programs and degrees, flexible learning pathways, and micro-credentials should be available across all the study offerings within the Alliance. And broader outreach is crucial. Alliances need to ensure that every student knows that they are studying in a higher education institution that belongs to an alliance. and they should be fully aware of all the opportunities available to them. So this outreach to the broader higher education community beyond the alliances is equally crucial to scale up and achieve the systemic impact of the initiative. And there, For EU for All could be one effective instrument to deliver on this ambition. And I'm coming almost to the end of my intervention, but not without saying that to scale its impact, of course, sustained support from all stakeholders is crucial. Support from the European institutions is crucial, and I want to assure you of the European Commission's strong commitment to this transformative European project. President von der Leyen's political guidelines indeed pledged to strengthen the university alliances. The alliances are building an integrated, competitive, and inclusive European higher education area, strengthening the European identity, our culture, our values, while remaining open to global cooperation. So let's continue to work together towards even more ambitious goals for our universities, for our students, and for Europe's future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Director General Pia Arentilde Hansen. Thank you so much. Director Hansen has mentioned the importance and the work of our local host, the University of Wrocław, and what better way to summarize the involvement of the University in Wrocław and the importance of this meeting than by the voice of the Vice Rector of the University of Wrocław, Professor Patrycja Matusz, a frontrunner, as Director Hansen just said, in internationalization efforts of the university, a bridge builder between academia and policy. Professor Patrycja Matusz.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dzień dobry. Don't worry, I've changed my speech and it's going to be very, very fast. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to welcome you today in my host university. I'm truly delighted to see representatives of so many alliances and, to be very honest, to see so many friends sitting here. I'm very proud to be part of the exciting, challenging and impactful journey within the framework of European University Alliance. I feel deeply connected to this idea, and as Director General said, I was very much involved. I know that the negotiations during the Polish presidency were very hard, but I'm happy with the result, and I know that we can make a good history with this resolution. I feel that we have built a family of European university alliances and that we work strong towards an innovative and united European education area. As it was already mentioned by the governor, we are living in a very turbulent time, and Russia's invasion into Ukraine has shown us that the freedom and the prosperity of the European Union is not given us forever, and it's not granted. At the same time, the anti-EU movements are stronger than even ever before, and it's really heartbreaking for me. As it was already mentioned, alliances have expressed their commitment to the European values, and I think it's our strength. However, I believe that as a family of alliances, united by shared values, we have the responsibility to educate the European citizens of tomorrow. Individuals who are aware of their national identity yet possess a strong sense of belonging to the European Union, and I truly believe that this is our mission. I wish you an excellent and fruitful discussions, good and meaningful networking, which is very important for us, between the alliances, an open exchange of successes and failures. I believe that together we are really strong, and I believe that together we have the real impact. So let's work together in these 2 days and send a strong message that we can do much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to bring our first panel to the floor. And in the meantime, we'll need to rearrange the stage. But let me invite, first of all, to join me on stage, moderator of the panel number 1, Professor Dorothy Kelly of the Arcus Alliance. Professor Kelly is working at the University of Granada. She's a former chair of the Coimbra Group and founding coordinator of the Arcus Alliance. She brings in her presence decades of leadership in European university cooperation. Give her a big hand, please. Professor Dorothy Kelly. Joining our moderator on stage are 4 excellent speakers. Ms. Joanna de Wandeler, a strategist behind the European Universities Initiative, bringing clarity and bringing purpose to the EU higher education policy from the European Commission. Welcome, Joanna. We have also with us Professor Beatrix Buse, a champion for well-being and interdisciplinarity in higher education, shaping the future through the EU in Well and for EU for All networks. Welcome. We have with us also Professor Teofil Jesionowski, visionary rector of the Poznań University of Technology, redefining technical education, international cooperation through the UNIS Alliance. And with them on stage, let me welcome and invite Ms. Maria Kello from the European University Association, a steadfast advocate for quality, for transparency in education across Europe. Welcome, Maria. Dorothy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Is it working? Authorities, colleagues, students, friends, dzień dobry. I would like to start this panel, this first panel, entitled The Impact of European University Alliances and Best Practices in Tackling Shared Challenges, by thanking our hosts and patrons, the Polish Presidency, the Polish Ministry for Science and Higher Education, the European Commission, and of course, our local hosts, Rector Olkiewicz and Vice Rector Patricia Matusz, and the Director of the International Office, Ursula Broda, for their wonderful hospitality and organization. As we have already heard, the European Universities Initiative is a very ambitious flagship of the European Union, aiming at, and I believe we should remember these 3 S's: structural, systemic, and sustainable transformation of the European university system. In its very short history, and I think we need to remember that also, of 6, going for 7 years of implementation, it has already had significant impact on universities, on learning and teaching, on student experience, importantly on institutional, regional and national regulatory frameworks, as it has given rise to new forms of deep multilateral cooperation on an unprecedented scale. The initiative is often referred to as the 3rd recent revolution in European higher education, following, of course, the setting up of the Erasmus program in 1987, or the Bologna process, which began in 1999. Both of these predecessor initiatives have had to face up to considerable opposition and obstacles, not all of which have been removed today. And of course, the European Universities Initiative is no exception to that. I think we have all heard this morning that the expectations are high. I think the results so far, in a very short time, are quite impressive. This is an exciting and inspiring initiative to be involved in, and I can assure you we all want to go further and we all want to go faster. But of course, it is not always easy, and there are inevitable concerns. There are concerns about mismatches between expectations and what is realistically viable, concerns about mismatches between the scale and the ambition of the initiative and the funding structure, concerns about mismatches in timing, in calendars, and that's very important where expectations are concerned, between the academic world and, of course, the political world and our funders. So, a lot of challenges, a lot of shared challenges, but also a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of excitement. This opening panel is the first panel of the next 2 days of discussions, and the idea of this opening panel is to set the scene for the coming discussions. So we will be taking this at a high-level general approach. We will first address the impact which the European Universities Initiative has already had, drawing inter alia on the Commission's report on the outcomes and transformational potential of the European Universities Initiative. But of course, we can update that considerably since its publication and since the data were collected. And then we will turn to the major challenges faced by the now 65 alliances, 570 universities participating in them, alongside the challenges which the initiative itself potentially poses to the wider sector. In order to do that, we want this panel to bring multiple perspectives, and the composition of the panel is to reflect those multiple perspectives. So we have, I don't have to do the introductions because Marcin has already very kindly done that for me, but we have a representative of a university and an alliance, Theophil. We have a representative of the community of alliances, and I think that perhaps one of the biggest intangible impacts of the alliance has been this truly cooperative spirit, and I'm sure Beatrix will speak about that. Beatrix. We have a representative of the wider sector through the EUA, Maria, and we have a representative, of course, of the European Commission, Joanna. So I would like to ask the speakers in turn, starting from the closest, not the lowest level, but the closest level to home, to address the question of what, in each of their opinions, have been the major positive impacts of the European University Initiative since 2019. And we'll start, Theophil, with you.
Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here. So firstly, I would like to thank the organizing to be here and to share my perspective. As Dorota mentioned, thank you, Pia, for your inspiration, because from here I stand, I would like to express my feelings as a rector of a PUT, as of course, coordinator of the alliance, which is named UNIS. It is University for Customized Education. It is, let me say, composition of the different university, from comprehensive classical ones to the technical through business university, and of course, some practical aspect. Firstly, let me say that European University Alliance is a power force for the new education system. We, I guess, already, let me say, skip some kind of Bolognian system, Humboldtian, and even Oxford strategy to the common university education, because new generation are asking us how the university will build the future. We heard about some kind of circumstances due to Ukraine system, due to worldwide crisis and so on, due to geopolitical aspect. So from my point of view, nowadays, European University gives some new strategy for the common strategic collaboration. Previously, of course, each university was preparing some kind of education, research, or even implementation of some results as alone, as a, let me say, bilateral system, but nowadays we creating some ecosystem. Together with my friend, Professor Głąbowski, who leading this university, we met, for example, friends from Taiwan, Japanese, or even more. We promote this strategy as a university alliances, so they admire our strategy because they stay a little bit separately as a East Asia. So it is fantastic for us, not staying as a Europe, but to try to transform the system as a worldwide system, because university is a global foundation from my point of view. Let me show you some particular example. Of course, we prepare some kind of developing joint degree for the typical, let me say, trivial education, but it is not trivial because previously we launched, for example, 8 bachelor or engineering courses, cooperating with French, German, and other universities. Nowadays, we establish, for example, new modern project like IT for smart and sustainable education and mobility, like bio-inspired chemistry with Catania University, Mons University, and even more. So in the next future, we will establish master degree for cybersecurity. Very useful, and of course, it is requirement for nowadays. And in the next year, we will establish 19 additional programs. So that is expression that being among 10 universities, we can create extremely good ecosystem for the sharing education. And of course, finally, the scientific collaboration from my point of view is very, very important because education cannot be, let me say, only focus on some kind of new platform for knowledge, but generally we have to be in strong, let me say, relation with market, with business, to educate and to create some research aspect with cooperation with European Research Council and, of course, Horizon Europe, because university education is not, let me say, primary, basic education, but even more. So that's briefly, let me say, that's my expression of this.
Thank you very much. So a reminder there of the potential in the global dimension of the alliances, the research dimension of the alliances, and of course, our joint educational offering, which cannot be separated from our research dimension. Thank you very much, Théophile. I'm going to turn now to Beatrix, representing the community of alliances, to ask for your perspective on the positive impact so far.
Dzień dobry, good morning. Thank you very much for this, first of all, invitation. Thanks to the Polish host for this forum, for having us here, to the minister, of course, to you, the rector and the vice rector. It's fantastic. And also thank you to you, Pierre, for those words of encouragement. And of course, you know, as always, we have to do more. We heard that, of course, and we will be doing this and have been doing this, as you'll see in a minute. I think that these groups are uniting all of us for higher education in Europe and for our European values. We are uniting ourselves at the moment, also in For You For All, in a way I've never seen this before, for academic freedom and for excellence. What we are currently doing is we are united for what is called the European competitiveness, and I would add the European well-being as well. And we are uniting for this European Universities initiatives. I'd like to stress this before I start and go into a bit more concrete detail. Also, with regard to the situation, now 3 months ago, many of us met in Brussels. I think it has also been an eventful 100 days since then. Let me just add a little context. In the United States, there are targeted attacks on the higher education sector, on research funding, academic freedom. This is affecting us, actually, every day at the moment, also in our alliances. Europe has launched a Choose Europe for Science campaign. It was so reassuring to be there in Paris, to hear everybody saying, this is not what we are doing. We are uniting for the freedom of science, and we know what that means. The Union of Skills is launched. The Council of the European Union has endorsed the path towards the European degree label, which is fantastic. And also President von der Leyen has confirmed that research plays a crucial role in what Europe will look like, which is important, although the details still have to be fought for, I think. In Germany, we have a new government. We have met with the government, and we get the support for the alliances, which is also important. And this is because of our work together. Massive issues, I think, are around this European competitiveness approach and the fifth freedom, and also the Letter and Draghi reports, because of course we are more and want to be more than just contributing to a market. So what have we achieved? We've heard some figures. Alliances bring together almost 600 higher education institutions across 35 countries with 11 million students, half of students in Europe. Various profiles of alliances and the diversity that makes us unique, and we want to keep this. The alliances have set up over 600 joint study programs. You've just mentioned a few. We work for all, the entire sector, and we are creating this path at the moment. And Emily Helmheit, part of the board of For You For All, had the brilliant idea to ask all our colleagues in the alliances, so what have we achieved? And here are some results. Co-affiliation of research papers, EUT+, Entrepreneur Innovation Challenges, Challenge-Based Learning, Eurotech Collider, ECTU, study programs, bachelor, master, doctoral programs, CEU, UFA, Unique, Ulysses, ELISA, UNITA, mobility schemes, UNITA, thematic research groups, STAR EU, grant offices, Transform for Europe, Center for City Futures in Unique, hybrid learning spaces, ECIU and Light Transform for Europe for them, teacher education, EU Peace and Uniwell, new governing models, Ingenium, Fortim, CEU, student boards, STARS EU, UNITA, EU Peace. How impressive is that? So, in For You For All, we have the governance established. The work packages are there. We've launched the thematic groups. They are ongoing with various topics. So we are co-creating together, and we're doing this with the spirit that is needed currently. We will even be faster if that is demanded of us, but perhaps a few things need to be recognized there as well. It's fantastic that we have great supporters in all sectors, and I'd like to stress this, the politicians, the ministries at member states, DG AG, you have made this to bring this from a project to a flagship, and thanks also now, of course, to the Executive Vice President, to you, Vanessa, and Pia as well, and Jona. This is quite amazing. Just one critical question at the end. Why is there still what Sebastian Streit called last week the European Universities conundrum? Why is there still a pink elephant in the room? What is the pink elephant that perhaps we do not dare to talk about? Sure, it's the geopolitical challenges. Money needs to be reallocated to the military defense, but research, education, and innovation are our democratic futures. So it's very important to invest in them as well. We try very hard to not just be a bubble. There is probably not always enough info on what European universities do. Perhaps sometimes we are still too managerial. Perhaps there's also not enough money that convinces every rector to be supportive of this. And what could be the solution? I would say we are a new university model of co-creation, not a system, a model, and that's very important. We are able to experiment. We are doing this. We have visions, and I don't talk about legal entities. We have the platform model, for example. We are a different kind of power. We do share with kindness, paired with a healthy competition, and European universities have also many female leaders. We include all disciplines, also the humanities. More STEM also means more humanities. And we need the flexibility, time and trust to experiment. We cannot be mainstream to educate and train, to do the research just because it's asked of us in a way that research is just not about. So that's very important. This is also freedom of science where co-creation will be key. We are, on the basis of our values, this is the second point, transforming Europe culturally through this co-creation and through how we show how we can work together. This is a new model. So what do we need? For you, for all, and its underlying analysis, we can and must demonstrate impact for the higher education sector and probably even communicate and disseminate better, even faster in a more agile way, listen to each other, use others to learn from us, employ people who are better than we are, and for what I think we need the simplification in reporting and proposal writing, we allow for membership in more than one alliance. Also, as we criticize it with AI and the tech tycoons, please also let us look critically here who sets which norms and how we can include more equity and inclusion. So let's not give up our courage, openness, curiosity, and empathy. Each alliance has impact. Trust us and let us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Beatrix. I think you sort of jumped to the second part of the panel as well with some of the challenges. I'm sure we'll come back to some of those a little bit later on. But I think underlining the cooperative side of this initiative, which really has been a fantastic, intangible impact across the sector. And thinking of that, let's move on to the systemic level. And there I'm going to ask Maria to give the perspective of the European University Association on the positive impact of this initiative.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation to be here as the voice of Europe's university, which is our slogan as EUA. And yes, we are still called EUA, don't worry, there's a little slip in the slide. So yes, indeed, my task here is to keep kind of the wider perspective. So while we are very aware and hear a lot of good stories about the positive impact within the Alliance and within the Alliance member institutions for the students, etc., I try to give a bit of a wider perspective, and I have 3 points for that. So I think one very important point is that we kind of have a little bit more of a counterbalance to all that negative attitude to international cooperation that unfortunately is now very prevalent in many European countries due to kind of the political situation and so on, where universities are asked to cut their international cooperation, or there are put a lot of conditions and limits from visas to who can you cooperate with and all kind of things like such. So universities are not particularly encouraged by their national political context to get engaged in international cooperation. And I think the fact that the alliances exist and they do also have a lot of political visibility and momentum, I think that's very, very important, because internationalization has this counterforce in the alliances. It is important, it has to be done, and so they have given internationalization kind of renewed importance and relevance and also legitimacy. So that is a lot thanks to the European University Alliance and the European Universities Initiative. Of course, then, the alliances have brought to the forefront a lot of obstacles and challenges that we have for international cooperation, from establishment of joint programs, of quality assurance systems, incompatibilities of electronic systems or recording systems, and course catalogues and access to those informations, etc. And I think it's thanks to the alliances very much so that there is kind of new wind to the veils of the Bologna process as well. So while we've had for 10 years the European approach for quality assurance of joint programs, that's a wonderful long name for a little thing, there are still over 20 countries in the European higher education area that do not allow for that, the use of that. which is quite scandalous, to be honest. Okay, 10 years is not a long time for a university, but I would say for quality assurance systems, it's quite a long time. So that should be by now fully possible, but it's not. But it's thanks to the alliances that now we kind of get more pressure in the different national context to do something about it. So I think there's the whole Bologna process and the European higher education sector has a lot to thank the alliances for, because we can then hope that those changes that will be made, thanks to the pressure, will benefit everybody. That's not yet always the case. Sometimes the alliances are given a special, let's say, exception to some rules, and that's a good first step, but let's remember that that's just the first step. There's also the kind of good practice that we see shared in finding solutions to those problems. So it's not only for the political level, but also for other universities that struggle with setting up a joint program. The alliances give a lot of examples of good practice. What did we do? Why did it work? And they are kind of the guinea pigs or the pioneers also still in many areas and can give us good examples on how to go forward. And then the third one, I think, from what we see from EUA is that the alliances have really been, thanks to the Commission's flexibility, which is not always taken for granted, and they've been really a playing ground for innovation in international cooperation. So we have seen a lot of new kind of things, new forms of international cooperation for education provision, also new types of thinking about mobility. I think we have moved now from thinking that a mobility less than 4 months is worth nothing to thinking much more widely about mobility and different forms. We talk about virtual mobility. I prefer internationalization at home, but nevertheless, it has come back on the forefront. I think that can also and has inspired other institutions to be a little bit more innovative about their international cooperation and to think about internationalization in a more strategic way, in a more cohesive way, and in a kind of coordinated way so that it all kind of brings to the same objective instead of being little actions here and there. So we can see that it has also a good positive impact within the institutions that are members of an alliance for other cooperation that they have. They can kind of use those good practices for that, and then, of course, beyond to everybody.
Thank you very much, Maria. So looking at how the initiative has renewed the drive for internationalization, for sharing good practice beyond the alliances themselves, and also a renewed drive for the Bologna process. So, and picking up on the role model, which of course Beatrix also spoke about. And we move on to the European Commission, Joanna. It's very important to hear how the Commission sees the impact of this initiative after these first 6-7 years of experience. It's over to you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. Thank you so much for the honor of speaking this morning. I agree with everything that you said, basically. On my side, I think it's important to, let's say, take a step back and look what we have achieved. And if we speak about the alliances, it's a lot about people cooperating together, about bringing people closer together. And this is key for peace, for solidarity. So I think we should not be shy of looking at the alliances and also having these, let's say, ideas about what they have brought to the community. What we have done a few years ago with Vanessa here and colleagues that were, let's say, the roots of this initiative was really light a sparkle. And I think the community was ready for this. Was ready to go further, to go faster, as Pia said, to really bring a new impetus to transnational cooperation. And I would like to recall all of you the enthusiasm that was there at the start. And I would love to, let's say, have a renewed enthusiasm about the initiative now that we're moving into a newer phase. for me, what was really key to say to complement what colleagues have said is the balance between inclusiveness and excellence, which was really key for the development of this initiative. It is bringing excellence in education all across Europe to all sorts of universities, to all types of universities, and it's resulted also in a diversity of cooperation models, and we think this is really a key strength of the alliances. You said, of course, it brought a lot of improvements in quality, in mobility for the students, for the staff, for the higher education institutions, and for the university leaders that are here today. I think it's important to keep driving this enthusiasm and to keep cooperating with your staff, with your students, with your academics and researchers to build together this vision for the future. Today is actually about that, is about a strategic reflection, or what are we going, looking further ahead, what are we going to build on the solid basis of the 65 alliances? How are they going further, as Maria was saying, to outreach to the broader higher education sector and expand this cooperative spirit that you're mentioning, Dorothy? And so from the Commission side, you have heard from Pia and also from the Minister, there is political commitment, very strong. So I think you can be reassured about this. The alliances remain a key political priority. We have President von der Leyen political guidelines. We have the Union of Skills. And of course, all this comes with the responsibility to go further and to deliver on competitiveness. And I think competitiveness, inclusiveness, and excellence actually go together. If we increase the capacity of higher education institutions everywhere in Europe, if we cooperate better, I think this makes Europe a more attractive talent destination, and it brings, inclusiveness brings actually competitiveness by building these stronger ties. And of course, it has to be done our European way, and you heard Pia saying Europe remains open, our values remain core to this endeavor, and not only for the alliances themselves, but also for the broader higher education sector. And the degree is actually one example of, the alliances supporting the development of an instrument that is actually designed for the entire higher education system. So, yes, maybe I stop here for now, and I hand over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. So competitiveness, inclusiveness, and excellence. People at the center, European values at the center. When we speak of defense and security, values are also central to our defense and our security. I think that's something that is sometimes left out of the debate. And the enthusiasm. Keeping up the enthusiasm. And I think that's quite a good link now to take us from the positive impact into the challenges. And I think we're all aware, Beatrix has already mentioned some of the challenges, I believe, that such an ambitious initiative is not without its challenges. And I would like to hear from each of our panelists just how they see the most important challenges for the immediate future of the alliances as we try to move forward further and faster. Theophile.
Thank you. So there are, let me say, many of challenges that let me emphasize only a few. I would start with the crucial one. From my point of view, it is a mindset shift. So we have to, let me say, away from the thinking from the individual institution to, let me say, genuine alliance perspective, to cooperate not only among university, but to extend the cooperation between governments, which means local governments, and even European Commission, to, let me say, a little bit limit some kind of administration circumstances and something like that, because, of course, when we try to solve some problem, it's not so easy to create some eco-friendly system for students, generally as a Erasmus plus development. The second is to cooperate with agencies, including Erasmus plus locally, and of course including, for example, in Poland system, National Agency for Staff and Student Exchange. So global ecosystem is required to emphasize and accelerate the European University Alliance. And the second ones, I'm from Poznań, the city that let me say, founding is important. So I would like to emphasize the sustainability and predictability due to financial support, because from my point of view, European University Initiative is not a pilot program. We have to think about long-term vision with stable system to create, let me say, very, very stable, very strong foundation to involve students, to involve staff, and to involve market. Because, of course, only 10% of students are really involved in this project, of course, as a knowledge, but of course about 50% are participated as active to the exchange, of course. So it is our vision. The third one is, as I mentioned before, to involve researchers and to involve governments and, of course, business to create implementation, of course, not only at the university, because, you know, from my point of view, the classical education is, let me say, decreasing. So new generation, our new candidates requires new models for the education. So at the first step, due to bachelor or engineer, they need very good basis knowledge from the chemistry, physics, mathematics, and other, of course, including social sciences and humanistic aspect. But after that, for the master or even PhD, let me say some new model is required because the market is changing. So micro-credential system, some kind of short-term system and something like that must be very fast implemented. And the last sentence is related with the joint diploma label. So from my point of view, it's only first step. I'm not happy with this because my dream is to have joint diploma, European diploma, not only for bachelor, but for master, for PhD. If we are united, we need united diploma for, not only for, let me say, European citizens, because of course we have to think about universities, so we have to open the doors for the refugees, let me say, or friends from the world to be educated, because Nelson Mandela mentioned that the most powerful weapon that we can use is education to create a better world. So education is really the foundation of Europe, I guess, not for today, but for the better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theophile. So mindset shift, funding, predictable funding, engagement of internal and external stakeholders, the European degree, and open doors, because education is the basis for our future. Beatrix?
Yes, I've mentioned a few things already, so I'd like to reiterate a few. One is, of course, I have to say this, it's funding as well, so it would be good to get a decision very fast. Perhaps a modular framework is something we could work on, so Erasmus plus money, and then hopefully also research from research areas where we could get some money. We are not afraid of competition. We really are not, so that's absolutely fine, but I think having some kind of certainty now with regard to sustainability, but also the amount, of course, is very important. And this relates to my previous comment. Let's also invest in research and in education for our futures, and not just in weapons, although I know this is important, but you know how I mean this. I think another risk, and I would agree with what you've just said, is the mindset shift and the attitudes, because my feeling is at the moment that because of this danger in which we all in, because of the geopolitical challenges, you know, people are afraid and go back to what they are used to, which is very clear structures, hierarchical structures, although we have just, you know, excelled, I think, in co-creation, leaner structures, opening up silos. And I think that is a risk, because people keep questioning, what's going on, what are you doing, this is still just a project. So in that sense, we have to also become better in communicating and disseminating what we are doing and telling what you always keep saying us, telling the impact stories. We get this. I would also say one other risk is the member state engagement, and I do think there we could do even more to convince our member states, even our federal states in my case, that this is really important to invest in European universities. And I just don't mean just money, but also flexibility, new options for policies and practices with regard to the European degree label, quality assurance, but also how we do research and how we employ people. We have created new roles and also new skills, so contributing to the union of skills. We have professionalized people in different ways, and for that we need basically contracts that allow us to do this. So it's a very minute little thing, but very important. It's not minute, I know, we need this. The other risk I see is still in the freedom of science. I would like to stress this because if we just follow certain paths and think that the innovation and the growth, if we'd like to use those words, of our world depends just on some areas like tech and so on, I do think we miss a very important part of our well-being. So I'd like to request again that freedom of science also means the time to do things, the time to work on a number of areas of worlds we don't know yet, which means that to some extent, it can't just be that only research and innovation are valuable if they lead to a patent. So it has to be more, and I'm worried about this, that because of the situation we are in, we prioritize a number of areas, and I see exactly why, but I'd like to reiterate again, who sets norms? Let's get all to the table to discuss how this world will be shaped and how we'll create models, I have to say it once, for well-being.
Thank you very much, Beatrix. So, some coincidence with Theophil, of course, but I think interesting new challenges also, member state engagement, not just in funding, and I think that's an important message. It's perhaps just as important that we have flexible regulatory frameworks to work in, and the freedom of science, and we come back to this issue of timing, don't we? Time and timing. So fantastic, thank you very much. Maria, from a more systemic point of view, what about the challenges?
Yes, thank you very much. I've seen it really already from the previous two, that often the positive impacts and challenges are quite linked. So it's the other side of the coin, if you like. And I think the benefit that I mentioned of the alliances, doing this, collecting this, having these good practices on different things, new solutions to old problems, as well as different forms of international cooperation. I think that will really have that positive impact if we find a way to how the alliances can share that experience with the others. It's understandable that it's not happening fully now. You know, when you are creating something new, you first need to stabilize yourself in that newness, and then you are ready to share. But once we get there, we have to make sure that that happens, because of course the alliances do not exist only for themselves. There is that responsibility of being the role models, being the pathfinders, and therefore that next step will also need to take place. There is a problem of sustainability that goes also obviously beyond funding, which is maybe more related to the HR, possible cooperation fatigue, some challenges in maintaining the momentum in the long term, and also alliances sometimes find themselves being overloaded with a lot of expectations. There is a lot of expectations, but there seems to be a growing set of things that the alliances are expected to do. So that is a little bit of a risk that I think we have to be wary of. And related to that, also the challenge to keep other cooperation agendas open. I've talked with some who said, yes, we had an Erasmus Mundus joint program, and we still have it with totally different universities, not the ones of our alliance, because it was done 10 years ago or what have you. But the international offices struggle to really keep up on all these different cooperation agendas. So I think we need to be a little bit careful about that. How can we give equal attention and support for the different types of cooperation, while the alliance is the big shiny armor or somehow the big new thing, and it gets a lot of visibility and support. Not enough, never enough, but a lot more than perhaps the other type of cooperation. So mobility beyond the alliances, but also things like development cooperation and the kind of wider responsibility of universities to the global societies. And then I think we are kind of a little bit concerned that we shouldn't end up with a two-tier system. So while the number of alliances has grown, which is in a way very good, they are no longer the couple of pilots that they were at the beginning. I think now the alliances, half of European students are in an alliance member universities, which of course doesn't mean that they are involved in alliance activities. They might not even know about the alliance, so that's one thing we have to make sure that happens as well. But we can't have a situation where in the end there are a lot of opportunities and a lot of support for those students who are, the half of the students that are in an alliance institution, and much less to those who are in an institution that is not in an alliance. So we need to ensure opportunities in the long term for cooperation and mobility for all institutions and all students, all staff, and with, of course, the support of the alliances.
Thank you very much, Maria. So the challenge of ensuring that we do not develop a two-tier system, that we really do share as role models beyond the alliances themselves to the systemic level, and the avoiding fatigue, so keeping up the enthusiasm. Joanna, shall I come back to you with your enthusiasm point previously?
Absolutely, yes. The enthusiasm and the impetus and the momentum. I think you're right, actually, Maria. We need to build on what has been built already. So we have the structures in place, we have a community, and I think this is invaluable. We have a brand, and this is that is politically strong and supported. It got traction, so we need to build on that. I would say in two levels. First, of course, looking internally to the alliances, what they need to do now is upscale. Look at what has been done and how many students and academics and researchers are involved, and try to see how we can go further. So this is a key priority. Pia rightfully mentioned that indeed all the students in the alliances might not be fully aware that they are part of an alliance, and we think there is a lot of potential there to go further. And the second dimension is, as you were rightfully saying, how we go about cooperating more further with the broader higher education system. And I heard a few days ago a very interesting presentation. I take the opportunity because I know in the room there are colleagues from the Erasmus Plus National Agency. The colleagues, they have made work to actually to look into what are the needs of the sector, and maybe not all the universities are in a position to join an alliance or are willing and have needs that are specific and various. And it's indeed, I think, useful for example, for the work of For You For All to look into these things and also into other elements that from your knowledge of the sector on how we can cooperate further. And you said playground. I would like to say sandboxes for development of innovative instruments in the future. And we discuss, I think, the degree. Yes, member states' support is crucial, and I think this we can all agree on, not only with the supporting, with the funding, but also with the flexibilities. So we are really in a moment now when the alliances can be a driver together with the broader higher education community for going further with the implementation of the degree of, we have now the label, we need to build further and to make it a tool for the broader higher education system. It's a stepping stone, as Pia said. Last but not least, I won't mention the Union of Skills because Vanessa will tell you more about it in a few minutes, but I wanted to mention the geopolitical challenges. I think that if we invest, I think everything is very closely linked. The investment in education, in skills, in research, done our European way with our values is actually supporting our democracy, supporting our European project to, let's say, to navigate these geopolitical turbulences. So it is really crucial to go further for the entire higher education system. And yes, of course, sustainability and in terms of funding, going beyond the project-based approaches. I think this conversation will be happening in a couple of panels after us. So looking forward to hear more views of the sector on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. So reflection on how the Erasmus Plus national agencies can help us to reach out to the wider sector, on how driving initiatives like the European degree, which is for the whole sector, it's systemic, we can reach, and how we can upscale to realize the fullest potential of the alliances. I'd like to just very briefly ask if any of the members of the panel would like to comment on what colleagues have said before we open up for questions from the audience. Would any of you like, Beatrix?
Perhaps just very briefly, we're talking about fatigue and that we are probably exhausted. I'm not sure. I'm not exhausted, and I'm also not tired, in the sense I'm really not tired of the European University Alliances. I'm really not. And I also don't think that this community lacks enthusiasm. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I think we really want to do this. And we are doing this every day. I mean, in For You For All, there's no day when I don't receive mails or we're just not exchanging. We are doing this at the moment. So I really like to stress this. It's just that like when things grow up and there is a startup and so on, you need the environment to be able to do what you want to do. And of course, then co-creating with people who need further skills and who are then even better than you are, this takes time to do it. And I think we are on a very, very good path. So I'd really like to stress this. I think we don't need the enthusiasm. We've got it. You can see how many people are here. What we need now is, how do things go on? How do we do this? Can we make sure that a European university is a university dealing with all the missions? That needs to be made very clear. How do we convince our member states? How is it possible probably to be flexible in the sense that there can be membership in more than just one alliance, or can we have thematic units where we align to work on health or whatever? I think this is the way forward. We are doing this way forward. We are co-creating Europe in that sense. I just like to stress this because I'm tired in the sense that I don't get enough sleep, but I'm not tired of working with and for European universities.
Thank you, Theophile.
So let me inspire all of you, but I'm pretty sure that you're already inspired to cooperate, to create network between all alliances, to create, let me say, better program than Erasmus+, because if someone will ask me which program due to European Union is the best, it's Erasmus+. But after 2 days of this conference, my dream is that we will say that European University Initiative is the, let me say, creme from the cream. It is a diamond of education and diamond of Europe. So that is my message.
Those are very inspiring messages to hear. I think it's all of us in the room are terribly enthusiastic, and we are all very inspired and excited and prepared to go further and faster. And we shouldn't let the little frustrations of the day-to-day running get on top of us in any way. So on that positive note, shall we reach out to the public and see if there are any questions or comments from you? There are microphones.
Yep, ready.
Any inspiring input on the impact of our alliances at the structural, systemic, and sustainable level? Thank you.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for this inspiring panel. My name is Rita. This microphone. I'm the president of the Erasmus Student Network. So I have a comment and a question, if it's okay.
Sure.
Good. So the comment is that I completely agree with what Beatrix said about things take time. And I think here in the room, we really are very eager for things to happen one day to another. And this will take a lot of time to be achieved. But I think keeping the enthusiasm is completely key. And now my question is, so in the report of the Commission, we saw that to keeping the 30% target of mobility inside the alliance is not yet achieved. So in your opinion, what can be changed for this 30% target to be achieved? Or if you believe that for the next program, we don't put this target anymore?
We're talking about the target for mobility, Rita?
Exactly.
We're talking about the 50% target of
yes, sorry, 50.
Yeah. I was thinking, hey, that's good news. Yeah, okay. So, comments from the panelists? Theophile?
From my point of view, of course, let me say blended mobility is crucial, but of course it can be implemented with the short-term mobility, of course, to combine AI education using, of course, practical education. I'm representing, let me say, technical university, strongly engineering university, but we need, let me say, ecosystem, including always psychology with AI is crucial. So from my point of view, let me say, blended mobility supporting with short-term, and we have to share our infrastructure, our labs, including that kind of beautiful library and so on, because European university or open university must be for everyone.
Thank you, Maria. Sorry, I think you would...
Yes, I think the more, well, 50% is very ambitious, and I think we shouldn't kind of be too sad if we don't get to 50 immediately or even in the short term. I think we say we want 50, so maybe we get 30. And because if we say we want 30, then we'll get 15, and that's a bit too little. So I think we have to kind of give the peace of mind and maintain at the same time the ambition and see, yes, we can do more, we can do better. And I think it's really crucial that we kind of, maybe sometimes we use the word mobility as a proxy also for international exposure. And I think let's be maybe a little bit less concerned to go from 30 to 35%, etc., but also kind of ensure that it's not those 35% that are exposed to an international experience. But that percentage should be, in my opinion, 100. So kind of making use of those students who come, those professors who come and go, to give something new to also those students who will not, who cannot, who don't want to go abroad, but they are forced in that way to kind of have a European experience and be exposed to that benefit of the European community of the alliances. Because at the same time, we want more flexible learning paths. And of course, that means we want more adult learners, we want to kind of first-time university comers, and not everybody has the same, even practical possibilities to go on physical mobility for 6 months. So short periods, alternatives, and internationalization at home. 100% of students.
Indeed. Thank you, Maria, for that. This was, of course, also an issue when developing the criteria for the European degree and the European degree label. So I'm sure we'll come back to that later on in later panels. Beatrix?
Yeah, following on my energizing statement about the European universities, I think, and as a linguist, I would say that everybody has to show some kind of mobility, be it students, but also, I mean, managers and so on. So this has to be guaranteed somehow. I also believe in a new concept of mobility or of interculturality, where you can do this in various ways, of course, as you mentioned, and I think that was something you referred to. What I also would like to stress is that I do see we need to have figures, and again, as a linguist, I love figures as well. I do count words as well, but I also like the qualitative aspect of this, because, you know, it's an achievement to send just one student to a different place and then get the stories. This is why I'm doing this, I have to say. If I have a student from law that tells me one of the reasons why I got engaged in UniWell is because I add sense to my law studies as a program, because it's about well-being, and I can now go and travel. So I thought, well, I can just say it's just one student. Number is not very high, but that made my day when I heard about this. So how do we do this? How do we combine the quantitative and the qualitative and still offer what you, Pia, and you, Vanessa, need to say there's mobility and we are increasing? And perhaps we can also think hard about this, how we combine this. That would be my plea.
Yeah, so an interesting point there on intangible impact. How do we measure all of the
Make it tangible, because we say this is now tangible. These stories, these storytelling.
It is very hard to measure, and I think, and hard to prove, and hard to communicate. And I think this is it's a major issue for the alliances. Joanna.
Yes, no, I just wanted to say that I agree with Maria. We need to keep the ambition, actually, because decreasing the ambition might have, reversed effects. And I agree also with what has been said about diversity, that in modalities of mobility and internationalization, as you were saying, and this is a great added value of the alliances. And again, we have to, without, of course, losing the power of physical mobility and the strength of that represents. I think we all agree about that. But reaching out with these innovative approaches to the broader higher education sector, so that internationalization concerns, as you were saying, 100% of the students, but of all universities, that all universities have sufficient capacity for internationalization to offer these kind of innovative approaches for the benefit of everyone. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think there was another question.
Yeah. Thank you, Justyna Szostak, Gdańsk University of Technology, the Enhance Alliance, steering committee member, at the same time education officer, coordinator of many joint programs at my university. I would like to fully align with what Beatrix said, that it takes time. So our alliance is representing 300,000 students and 65,000 employees. That's a lot. So when you have such a big organization, the inertia is huge. So it just takes time to bridge so many stakeholders, especially when you take into account the external stakeholders, the ecosystems that we work with. So we need not only time, but we need trust. If we keep on reporting and applying for new funds, it just consumes the resources that we have, taking into account human resources and financial resources. we don't have the time for the doing, we don't have the money for the doing, because we keep on focusing on admin burden. So if the Commission is so willing to give us a bigger amount of trust, so that to treat it as an excellence initiative, we've been already judged and checked whether we do meet the requirements, whether we do have a vision. So once we are checked, just please give us a bit more time to implement what we promised. Then leave the check, let's say, for a long-term perspective. And then, of course, this check is needed. So if after a longer time you notice that we did nothing, then, of course, you say no more funding for this alliance. But give us a bit more enthusiasm and sandboxes, because in a sandbox you can fail. If you want to be ambitious, you need to be able to fail in the ideas. We are the professors, we are the academics, we are the administration. We know what we're doing and what we would like to do. Just let us play a little bit and experiment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a plea that many, as you can hear from the applause of the alliances in the room, would sign up to. Indeed, the long term, we talked about the timing, the long term, the flexibility. And I think that word trust is absolutely key, and it's trust at all levels. So our panelists, would you like to comment? Theophile?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, but we need not only time, of course, but the trust is crucial between us, of course. Each day, of course, we have to solve many of challenges, of course. But as I mentioned, this is not project, let me say, pilot program. This is vision, this is strategy. So I strongly believe that the European University Initiative is a long-term process. We made many of mistakes. We will make some mistakes. But of course, if the university, new model of university is creating, we have to be inspired and we have to be motivated for the future, because this model is not for me, maybe not for you, but for new generation, of course. So this is our responsibility for the new Europe, stronger Europe, because we have many of some kind of circumstances to conquer with other university, of course, to build stronger and stronger Europe. We need to cooperate for long term. So I'm with administration, I'm with, of course, staff, but particularly I'm strongly with students, because students must motivate us. So that's private point of view.
Okay, Beatrix.
I fully agree with what you said. We need the trust and also the time. Perhaps there's also a way to reframe these reporting phases a bit into something more positive, because I have noticed, of course, the writing of the reports is very time-consuming and done by many in the team, on the team. What I also noticed then is when we had the meeting with our project responsible persons from the Commission, that was actually a very high moment as well, because they had read everything. We could celebrate a few things. We saw what we have reached. We could, focus on this and that. We got some more advice. So that also was, again, a step in the professionalization, and also in looking at the criteria, discussing this, giving input. So how, and I don't have the solution yet, but how can we reframe this? Can we simplify a few things, extend the periods, perhaps also synchronize if we are funded by various sources, then how can this be brought together? Generally speaking, I think we have to report because we get tax money, so I believe in this. We have to show what we are doing, but perhaps there's a way of reframing this somehow so that it contributes to the advancement of the alliance. For us, I can say all the report sessions have contributed to this and brought us together again, and all the partners got ready and so on. So that was also a positive thing.
So let me also add that we are a little bit over-regulated due to our local government, including, let me say, some European government, but we use public funds, so we have to be, of course, oriented due to transparency. But the limitation of the regulation is really recommended, so I would strongly, let me say, support this kind of vision.
Yes, accountability is key here, absolutely key. Joanna?
Yes, so indeed, this is an important thing. You mentioned trust and you mentioned timing. About trust, and I'm speaking here in front of my two bosses, but I think you have more than trust, actually. You have political support, which is invaluable. There are thousands of initiatives in the Commission, you know. This one really is seen as having a great potential, and I think this is showing you the extent of the trust that the European Commission is putting in this initiative. Now we need to strike a balance between you know, what has been achieved so far, the structures that are in place, and the fact that you need to go towards professionalization, operationalization, upscaling. This is very important now to build on what you have to create this broader outreach within your communities. And we are aware that this takes time and it takes a lot of efforts, but we think that now we have a stable basis of the alliances in terms of structures, in terms of cooperation, trust between partners, all the added value that colleagues have mentioned a few minutes ago. Building on that, now we need to go, okay, concretely, how do we go about it now? How do we transform these pilots, these essays, into something that is really systemic, structural, and then it will become a natural part of what your universities are doing. This is why we always speak about bringing together the vision of the university alliances with the vision of your own higher education institution. So I think that the trust, you have it, and time, you know, time is to deliver. I think it's about now and in the future, and this is why we're thinking about long-term support of the initiative, and we're discussing this. So yeah, I trust your enthusiasm. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very reassuring note, and I think we are all aware. We are all aware that there is strong political commitment to this initiative, but we need together to find the best way then to take it forward at an operational level, I think is the major message. I see we have approximately 4 minutes left, and I see my colleague is, I'm sorry, I was looking at the timer I have here. I was just going to ask each member of the panel to say a very, very short last message, because we need to bring the panel to a close. Theophile.
So thank you very much for being here, and I strongly believe that the future for the European University is really open. So my dream is great, let me say, open, fully, let me say, rich with spirit of knowledge, UNIS as our alliance of, if you wish, EUNICE, and I would like to also cooperate with alliances to build, let me say, strong platform for education as a global matter from humanity.
Thank you very much. Beatrix?
You didn't prepare us for this, but well.
It's on the
I will just say that UniWell is my energizer, and European universities are the future for research, education, and innovation, and for this world.
So you didn't need to be prepared for that. Maria?
Thank you. Keep sharing your successes and also your failures with each other and with the wider university community in Europe. And thank you for being there, and thank you for your efforts and for your enthusiasm.
Thank you, Maria and Joanna.
Yeah, I think thank you is is something we need to say, and of course, thank you for your commitment and also for keeping up the enthusiasm, as Beatrix was saying. And I think the efforts, you need to always keep in mind the bigger picture, which is that you are actually contributing to putting higher education in Europe on the global map, and this is key now more than ever to keep our values, to keep our competitiveness, to deliver on making Europe stronger overall. And I think this is. This is important to remind the broader picture beyond the administrative hurdles and the timing, and you can count on our support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists for their very insightful, enthusiastic, and constructive approaches to not only the positive impact, but also the challenges. And I trust that we have put on the table many of the issues which will now be looked at in greater depth throughout the next day and a half. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a big hand. Dorothy Kelly, Joanna de Valender, Beatrix Buzet, Tofile Szanowski, Maria Kello. Thank you so much, dear all ladies and gentlemen. It's time for a coffee break. So in the next half hour, you will find coffees on various floors and the ground floor. Please also make sure you visit the bookstore stand of the Foundation of the Development of Educational System in Poland for your free copies of English publications. We'll see you here in half an hour, 11:30. Back here, have an amazing time, coffee time. Thank you. 3. Okay. Dear all, ladies and gentlemen, let's please retake our seats. We are about to start session number 2. The topic is Union of Skills Initiative, Key Priorities for European University Alliances and Shaping the Future Competitiveness in the EU. Please, everyone, take your seats, and we are about to start. Please settle down, everybody. Thank you very much. We still have people coming in. Let's give them 1 more minute. I hope you guys enjoyed your little coffee break and the collection of Polish apples, which are there on, not just on display, but for you to take with you. The best of the Polish apples that we grow and export are for you. We have some remaining guests coming in. Let them settle down. Okay, we have some open seats here up front, if anyone would like to move up. We have seats up front on the left and right. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me introduce to the stage Session 2 moderator, Professor Dorota Piotrowska, who's going to lead the panel on the Union of Skills Initiative. Professor Piotrowska is a leading expert in internationalization from the Lodz University of Technology and an expert, if I may say so, in all of the internationalization matters, including Erasmus+, including double degree, including micro-credentials, and many, many more. With her on stage today, we have the honor of welcoming Vanessa Debier-Sainton, Member of Cabinet for the Executive Vice President, Roxana Minzatu. Vanessa. As you may know, Vanessa is like a cornerstone for the European Union education policy, and she and her actions, they are spearheading initiatives of the European degree and the Union of Skills and many, many more. So thank you very much again for being here with us. On stage, let me ask to join our panelist, Dr. Timothée Thury, an academic entrepreneur designing the European University of Technology de Troyes. He is acting as Secrétaire Général de l'Alliance Université des Technologies Européennes. He's a researcher, he's a teacher, and it's lovely to have you here with us to join the panel. With us also is Professor Anna Jurkowska-Zeidler, Vice Rector for Cooperation and International Relations of the University of Gdańsk. Professor Jurkowska-Zeidler is a legal and academic leader advancing European integration through the CEU Alliance in the University of Gdańsk. And with us today is also Vice President of EAIE, you met him before, Mr. Tayeb Shah, a global connector in higher education, bridging continents with strategy and diplomacy. Welcome all on stage. Welcome to Wrocław once again, and Dorota, now you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this panel titled Union of Skills Initiative, Key Priorities for European University Alliances in Shaping the Future Competitiveness of a European Union. My name is Dorota Piotrowska. This was already mentioned by Marcin. I am very proud representative of ECIU Alliance, and I will be moderating the session for you today. I'm really proud to have such a great experts with me on the stage. The format of our session will be slightly different. The session will be structured around 4 thematic sessions. Each session will be introduced by one of our distinguished speakers, then followed by brief 2 minutes, 3 minutes reflections, discussions from the remaining panelists. At the end, of course, we will open the floor to your questions. Our great ambition, we agreed on before the session, is to make this session unforgettable and to encourage you to ask some difficult and hard questions at the end. So do your best. Okay, can we start? Yes, before we start the discussion, I would like to share with you some very first reflections. May we set up the presentation, please? This is already done. Yeah, good. Okay, let's move forward. Why alliances need the union of skills, and why build skills ecosystem at the European level? Well, I'd like to start from what many of us in the European University Alliances have experienced firsthand over the past years. Before alliances, we used to approach European cooperation mostly through projects, limited in time, with clearly defined outputs, often managed by a small, committed team at each institution. Important? Absolutely. Transformational? Rarely. But something is changing, and I would even say something profound is already changing. Through the European alliances, we are not longer just participating in projects. We are building ecosystems. We are seeing it every day in the way that students, staff, administrative staff as well, institutions are engaging in the new governance models, in the way we are co-creating the new reality, and in the growing trust among partners. We are experiencing the emergence of shared academic space, not symbolic, but very, very concrete. So we are not working any longer in isolation. We are connecting knowledge, we are merging institutional capacities and creating real co-owned innovation. We are designing joint curricula, piloting micro-credentials, linking education with regional transformation. So we have just started to shift the big, much bigger ecosystem but our everyday university reality. So does all of this somehow fit with the initiative officially launched on the March 5th, Union of Skills? Does the Union of Skills need alliances? Well, the match looks clear and very natural, I would say, because alliances are already very much engaged in many activities, and alliances are already doing the work the Union of Skills calls for. So the answer is pretty obvious. Yes, Union of Skills need the alliances. But let me ask you our question. Do alliances need the Union of Skills? Well, we could say we already have micro-credentials, we already have Draghi reports, we already have many, recommendations, resolutions, policies. But let's be honest. For a single university, even within an alliance, it is very, very difficult to hold all of this together in a coherent and strategic way. All these frameworks, all these resolutions are often very complex and fragmented. So thanks to Union of Skills, we can connect many dots. And we can see that Union of Skills brings together all these frameworks, recommendations, blueprints into one integrative narrative. So we can feel that we are part of a long-term strategy for the European competitiveness. So yes, Union of Skill needs the alliances, but yes, we alliances, we need the Union of Skills as well. So, without any ado, I would like to move with this question at this point to our discussion, and I would like to ask Vanessa to share some first reflection on the very first part that is connected to governance, funding, and policy coordination. And the leading question I asked Vanessa to answer to start the discussion between panelists. Why does the European Commission need alliances to deliver Union of Skills? And what is the role of European instruments in this? Thank you so much, Vanessa. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dorota. It is always a pleasure to see this enthusiasm that you described, Beatrix, a moment ago, and to see this live enthusiasm 5, 6, 7 years after the start of this initiative, and meeting new rectors, discovering this initiative and bringing fresh blood and fresh enthusiasm. So you said education takes time. It's true, it takes time. But at the same time, we are in a crisis where we need to invest urgently and massively in education. As you said, Pierre, before, there is no competitiveness, there is no innovation, there is no preparedness without education. And that is why it was so important for Executive Vice President Roxana Minsatu to, during the first 100 days of this new college at the Commission, to bring forward an ambitious package, bringing together education and skills to bring competitiveness and preparedness at European level. Why this sense of urgency? You have all seen the PISA results, not very promising. We are all seeing day after day disinformation. Nobody has been prepared to this algorithm, showing us all this information every day. How do we react to that? That is why our Vice President has proposed to include in the basic skills a 5th basic skill on active citizenship, to learn how to deal and how to address and to think critically to all this information led by algorithm. And then another urgency is that 4 out of 5 enterprises do not find the talent that they need. Society is transforming, whether we like it or not, and it is driven by new technologies. What do we want for our future society? What do we want for the future world? Do we want a world led by values that are not aligned with our European values? Because this is what is at stake, as we see every day in the news. So the first answer to that question, what do we want from the European Universities Alliances, because they are a key flagship of this Union of Skills. The first objective is to promote and to protect our European values. We want to live in a world that is aligned with these European values, where we protect and promote diversity, freedom of speech, inclusion. We cherish that. So we need to do more, and for that the alliances embodies the European integration. European integration between North, South, East, West, behind these European values. And we need to be proud of them if we want Europe that is a place to live, to teach, to learn, to do research. We need to cherish and to promote these values. Second, we need to prepare the next generation, not only for the jobs of the future, but for the future, to lead the future. So artificial intelligence, climate innovation, they cannot be only electives or optional. They need to be part of a curriculum. And this is why, and this is where we expect or we hope or we see a potential in these European Universities Alliances to transform the curricula, to prepare for this future society, to make sure that Europe can still have a strong place to lead the future of the world that we want to live in. So of course we need more STEM. We need more STEM graduates. Companies tell us we don't have enough talent with that knowledge. But do we want the world to be led only by engineers, or what kind of engineers, or what kind of leaders do we want? Ethics is important. Humanities are important. So I'm looking forward to the statement of Timothy in a moment, who is working hard on a future European degree for engineers, for example. What kind of European degree do we want for them, for this future society that we want to live in? And to do that, it's very important that the world of education can work closely with the world of employers and the world of businesses, with the regions, with the cities, because they see on the ground how society evolves and what are the needs that they have in the talent to run the cities, the regions, and also the companies. So working hand in hand is very important so that universities and companies can grow side by side, so that innovation can flow. And that is our objective also with the European Universities Alliances, not only with them, but we see them as pioneers, are paving the way for the entire higher education community and ecosystem. So sometimes we got the question, how many European Universities Alliances? Well, we have 65, even more. Maybe there are universities that are part of the Seal of Excellence in the room, so we have even 73 European Universities Alliances. And why this number? It was important to have this number to reach a critical mass of 10% of higher education institutions across Europe to take part of it. And it's very important to have this critical mass to trigger the change, to trigger national reforms, to trigger, all the reform that I mentioned before. So there is certainly not an ambition to reduce this critical mass. But there is an ambition to deliver, to really build on the potential and to realize the potential. And this is a lifelong journey. This is a lifelong journey for everybody. And it's also important, this lifelong journey, to also think about lifelong learning. Lifelong learning for all of us. Lifelong learning as well, not only for the staff, but also for the workers. If we want to still play a strong role in building this future society, we need as well to upskill and to reskill the workforce. And universities and VET providers cannot do that alone. They need to do it together with the private sector. I was meeting with Cisco yesterday, who are developing academies to train and to teach and to, upskill and reskill with these digital skills. And the message that they have learned, well, if they have learned one thing after 10 years of running these academies, is that the key are the teachers. How do we train the teachers? And today, the knowledge is more in the private sector than in the public one. So this partnership is really, really important on all fronts. And that is why in the Union of Skills, you will see a number of proposals. European universities are very important, but we have also large-scale partnerships under the Pact for Skills. We have skills academies, we have centers of vocational excellence for that. And we do not need, to replicate, but we need to join forces together so that all these different partnerships can learn from each other, and that is our ambitious with the Union of Skills. So this is really, we see the Union of Skills and the European Universities Alliances as a win-win cooperation, if you want. And the objective with the Union of Skills, and I will end with that, Dorota, is to really to leverage all this potential. There is a fertile ground with the European education area, with all the key flagships, and we'll speak about the European degree in a moment. But we need to leverage that. And we need to get all the prime ministers, all the financial ministers, all the ministers in charge of economy to realize the importance of education and skills and to work together. And that is the objective of the strong new governance that we propose with the Union of Skills. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, for those important insights. And now I'm looking meaningfully at IAP. So, any first comments about how European Commission can support this implementation of Union of Skills initiative? How do you feel?
I think initiatives such as this can't just be mandated. They need buy-in. If I look at the most recent survey of the European Association for International Education Barometer, it says 44% of respondents, that's 3,000 odd members, look positively at the university alliances, but 15% do not. And we have to have that buy-in. If I look from my own country in the UK, if you do not have buy-in when, for example, it released the Turing scheme, and it did not have the regional buy-in, it was doomed to failure. So I think it's important that we emphasize here the role of the university alliances, and people have to understand their role within the alliances. And that's not, the data doesn't quite show that, because I mentioned 44%, yes, I believe positively in that. But apart from the 15% who are negative, you then have another 20% who are not sure at all. So there's an element of confusion, and I think that has been alluded to in the earlier session, where we have knowledge of the alliances within institutions at a certain level, but it has not permeated down and deep across the institution. And that's a challenge. That comes back to the buy-in point that I made.
Anna, as a representative of Alliance, of CU Alliance, how do you feel? Do you agree? How to make it happen, right?
Yeah, but I should say at first, hello, Alliance family. Hello, my CU family as always. Hello, because I totally feel connected with you, because we create European University every single day with the same enthusiasm, without any fatigue, believe me. And but I should start, and maybe I may start for the different point of view, because they work with the students, show us that we need to equip students with the different competences. Yeah, for sure. According to the World Economic Forum survey, core skills in 2024, the crucial thing for the future workforce will be analytical thinking, resilience, flexibility, and agility. So the same we need in the alliances, and the same we need in the universities as an institution. And what we need alliances? I know that's critical thinking about the alliances, because the first argument negative is that we don't share the experience. We don't share our efforts, our success story. But if we look at the report of the European Commission about transformative role of the alliances, so please be proud about us and please support us, not give us time, yes, because we are forced every single day the new things in internationalization. I'm totally sure, because in Poland we have a perfect group of vice rector. We share all experience every single day using the WhatsApp. The same in CU Alliance. So we connected community more than, I don't know, thousands of teachers, students, academic staff, etc. So yes, we are powerful. And maybe you are a little bit jealous about this. And maybe we should practice a little bit about the sharing experience platform, etc. Show more, even on our national level, that we are important, that we need support from the national level. But remember that if we're talking about the European alliances, for sure we have an engine. If our engine is the excellence is in research and in education. This is our engine. The second thing we need, they are wings. So we need passion, and we have, of course, enthusiasm, and we have engagement on the level of European Commission, national, university, etc., and all community. But at the end, we need roots, and they are European values. So if we believe in the same idea that we want to Europe stronger and more robust in the time of crisis, yes, you count on us.
Timothy, do you think European Commission can do the union of skills without alliances? It is achievable without our support or not? Why our role is so crucial?
I think it's not exactly the right question. We have to do it, so we will do it. And here, this is one of the perfect example of the role of alliances. To go ahead on something like the Union of Skills, one needs pioneers to open the way. And alliances should not be a private club. Actually, it should be the universities that commit to experiment and pave the way for all, like catalyzers, building a fertile ground for experimentation and share with all and disseminate to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's move on, because time goes so quickly. I don't know why. Like, part 2, transnational programs and the European degree. So, Timothy, you again, do joint programs and the European degree help build cross-border skills ecosystems.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. So, I remember the words of Anna Zabska this morning about the geopolitical crisis we are facing. And hearing on that, I think that we think that it's not just a question of skills ecosystem, it's more a question of single skills area. So far in Europe, we have the free movement of goods, services, capitals, and people. And 2 years ago, an economist, Martin Monturol, showed that actually the trade between European Union members is easier than between the US states, excepted for workers. So it's easier to move money, goods, services, than moving people in Europe. So here there is a question of the fifth freedom, because the free movement of people in Europe should not be for holidays, or not for holidays only, it should be for work, and this is a key question. And what should be the recognition area for a qualification? It should correspond to the natural labor market. And let's just take an example, just a funny example. In France, for engineering degree, a student who would be graduated in Caen will not have a Normandy degree. A student graduated in Dijon will not have a Burgundy degree. Both of them will have a French degree. But does it really make sense now? A student graduated in Madrid, should this student got a Spanish degree, and another one in Köln, should they have got a German degree? Actually, this is a global market in Europe, so it should be in both cases, this is what we think, a European degree. It should be at the level of the economy, at the level of the society, and at the level of the geopolitics question, where we are actually addressing this question. That's why we are clearly advocating for full-fledged European degree. And by the way, it will also change the representation, the mindset of the graduated when they got a degree that is actually opening to the graduated all the European area, they will see things in another way. So here there is a question. Is having a label of top on a joint degree really something we need? First of all, those who already built a joint, even multiple degrees, know that adding just an extra layer on something that is really crazy to build, does it really make sense just to have a label somewhere hidden on the diploma? We wonder. European future maybe deserves something better. And even if we make the joint degree really easier, it will be always quite a rare product. Only some EPFU students will get a multiple degree or joint degree. And do we want Europe for just a few students, just for the EPFU? I don't think so. Actually, I think that we want the Union of Skills for All, we want European degrees for all, and especially for those who are not aware about Europe. We need to bring Europe to those who are not going spontaneously toward Europe. And this is at the level that we have to address the question. So we are advocating for a European degree that is not only based on joint and multiple degrees, but a European degree for as many students as possible, with these European criteria pushing the student toward Europe. So do you think that we are getting too far? I don't think so. I think that as academics, this is a role to push for this need. As a Secretary General of an alliance, I think this is my role to push for that. And as parents of the next generation, it's our role to offer that to our children. If we don't do that now, it will be clearly too late. So, are there any legal and regulatory barriers? Of course, we know, but we already manage actually to overcome these obstacles for goods, services, capitals, so we can do it for degrees if we want clearly. We can do it for qualification. Barriers are just here to be opened if we really want to open them. And we need and will build a full-fledged degree. Okay, there were a couple of weeks ago the European Council recommendation on the label. This is a step, thanks, but we think that Europe needs a leap, just not a small step. Are we ready? Yes. We already have students who are fulfilling all the criteria. We have the proof of concept. Universities to support that. Accreditation agencies in engineering, yes, that are following that. Maybe some of us, some of you disagree. Okay, that's fine. That's always the case when we are opening actually quite an ambitious path. So that's why we are clearly pushing the idea that to build a union of skills, more than a union of skills, we need to have a full-fledged European degree, and if possible for all. We are opening the way now, and we hope that we'll be able very soon to share it with everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Timothée. Let's hear from the rest. Anna, how do you see the European degree context within your alliance, CEU alliance?
In CEU alliance, we are addicted to our joint study because this is our proof of sustainability of thinking about us as a European university. Because this is, like a game changer between project and be a real university and real academia. We are working together, build the 3 different joint study and degree, of course, in doctoral level. And now we are in the middle of recruitation after the very, very exhausting procedure of accreditation. But we learn a lot. We are so proud that we managed and we did it. Of course, imagine that after the single, moment of time that we start to do some interview with the industry, with the social sphere, what do they need? Because we are talking about skills, yeah? We don't know, we don't want to build a joint study program or joint program as another program in English. We start to build a real commitment between us as a 9 coastal university, and especially looking at our specialization, especially as a coastal ports, cities. We use as much as possible our power to commit our neighbors, yeah, in the coastal cities. So thank you for CEU. That is so precisely characteristic feature what we have inside. Yeah. And now, of course, we are waiting for the thank you for label. Yes, but we strongly need a degree, and we strongly need the stronger label. Because if we are talking about competitiveness, if we are talking about the engagement, more visibility, yeah, Europe as a labor market umbrella under the degree. Yes, we need it, because every single student asks us what will be at the end, what will be the diploma. So we manage, please close your eyes and rethinking our experience starts from the beginning, when we counted how many barriers we have, how many different procedures, legal barriers. Now we are open really joint study under the European accreditation, international one. And we are so proud that we build the ship and we see the horizon. Please blow up in our sails, because at the end of this horizon is for sure European degree.
Thank you, Anna. Many of us are very happy with the resolution and the European degree label, but there are also many alliances that are waiting for something more. Vanessa, do you think European Commission could do anything more to convince or to support the implementation of the future degree?
Well, we heard you some years ago when universities came to see us and said, look, we're investing all our energy, all our enthusiasm, all our time building these European Universities Alliances, but we need a European degree in the end to valorize all this joint work together. We heard you, and that is why we have been working with you on developing this European degree, starting with the definition. What is it? What are the criteria that we put behind? And we are very happy to have so many alliances, universities, and also governments to work on the pilot projects. Now, it has not been easy to convince the member states, but I think we have come a long way. Answering the question, quite often question that we have is, oh, but look at the US and the UK, they don't have it. Why do we need it? But do we want to copy the US and UK, or do we want to build our own society that we want to live in? We have different cultures, we have different languages, we are different, but this diversity should make us stronger. We don't want to copy the rest of the world, no? We want to build our own model. And this is what we are building, building on our strong European values. We will never repeat it enough. So, of course, we are with you, and I think we have reached, thanks to the Polish Presidency, a good step forward, where we have managed, and it was not easy, to have an agreement of these European criteria as part of this Council recommendation, quality assurance. This is a first good step, because now, okay, they have agreed on a kind of timeline, but we are not obliged to follow that timeline. If the universities show that they are able to work together, that they are ready, that they can deliver, I'm convinced that we can go more quicker. So now we are with you. As Pia explained, 2 Erasmus Plus schools are going to be launched after the summer. The first thing to set is this European Degree Policy Lab, to bring together all the experts from Europe, quality assurance, recognition, accreditation, etc., to set up, if you want, the operation behind it. So how do we evaluate, how do we certify, etc. Once we have that, let's go for it. And if you show the ministries that it's doable, I mean, they will not be able to stop you. And we are there to support you. Thank you.
Tayyip, I get back to you, because as the Vice President for the European Association for International Education, right? How do you feel? Do we need European degree? Would it be helpful to support European competitiveness?
In short, yes. I think provided it links to career pathways. We don't need just another credential, but we need something that's tangible and that is infused with employer involvement. I think that's what young students and graduates seek ultimately, not just within Europe, but when I come to talk about international students, they absolutely are looking for those career and employment pathways. So in short, absolutely, the foundational work has been described is excellent and is to be lauded, but we have to build upon that. We have to really look at how we can draw employers and employment pathways into it. I think the universities of applied sciences are doing some really interesting work in that space. So the latest edition of the Forum magazine is dedicated to the European alliances, university alliances. And there's a whole feature around what the universities of applied sciences are doing in that space, which I think is a really exciting template for how we can draw in much more tangible employment and employer engagement.
Thank you so much, Tayyip. And now I give the floor to Anna, just to move on and to touch, the next topic, lifelong learning, reskilling, and micro-credentials. A very important hot topic, but it's being discussed within many alliances. As I mentioned, I am proud representative of ECIU Alliance, and what we are discussing right now, how to set up a European degree based on micro-credentials and serve for lifelong learners as well. So can't wait to hear your perspective, see your perspective on micro-credentials, and how can micro-credentials and flexible learning pathways be embedded in higher education and linked to lifelong learning system to serve not only to regular students, but also to lifelong learners. Anna, floor is yours.
But, check the time, because I'm too talkative. I know about this, Double check, thank you. Okay, so now I want to encourage you to rethinking a little bit way of how to create education in your universities and especially in your alliances. Because if we're thinking about lifelong learning, reskilling, micro-credential, this is how to say, shift design of our study. This is a mindset shifting, How to change our commitment for the students, shift from student to learners in a higher education system. How to do, as a micro-credential, play the role like a door for non-degree program. And do we need this? There's something provocative. Because if we're talking about this shift from student to learners, this reflects transformational change in how education is designed, delivered, and valued. It's not only semantic evolution. This is a deeper cultural, structural, strategic rethinking, what we deliver on the labor market. How change the institutional-centric journey to the learner-centric, flexible journey, often across institutions and, of course, borders. There's a question not only for the European Commission, there's a key question for us, because we are building our joint study program or micro-credentials not as a deliverables, milestone, etc., using the project language, but also to make a real change in our university. I'll always ask my rector when we a little bit too high, where's our university? Where's the end of our speaker? We are talking about students, academic staff, our support, administration, how we change this all machinery into real, flexible, open-minded, European value-based university. So what we have on the table, we should rethinking how we design curriculum and international strategy, how we rethinking our pathway for our students. It will be modularization of program, and we use the flexible learning pathway as our CU joint study. For sure, the most important thing is workforce integration, how we, interconnected with the labor market and the labor gaps. There's a strategic integration as well. We should ask yourself about the quality assurance system for that micro-credentials, for that flexible learning pathway. So each micro-credential should have clearly stated competences, skills, and assessment criteria at the end. This is crucial, not forget about this, because the Commission asked us a lot of questions about the quality assurance, about the methodology of our micro-credential, especially in the joint study program. So we need, of course, support from the national point of view, from the recognition framework for our quality assurance agency. We need to support them, yeah, and make some dialogue with them, not battle every single time when we're talking about the micro-credentials. We open, of course, distance learning. We talk a lot about the internationalization at home. This is our job to do. How to put the international experience of our students, learners, and administration and academic staff into curriculum. Yeah? How we count it, how we measure the impact. There is our story of rethinking. And of course, this is at the end cultural and institutional change. It's a faculty development because always dean are asked us what is for. What is that macro-credential? Really? How to do this? In English? Okay. This is also student service. If we want to engage our students to do this flexible pathway to the new joint study at the end of the European diploma, we should build a welcome culture, career support, learning analytics to support non-traditional lifelong learners. This is our job. And of course, we have some challenges. On the national level, lack of clear national rules on funding for macro-credentials. We don't have the strong partnership with the government to say something about balancing traditional academic models with short, flexible formats. Yeah, try to discuss with the quality assurance agency about this. We need, of course, extra time and efforts, and we require extra resources for that. This is a quick question also. So, need to adapt internal system, quality, recognition, and digital tools. On the academic level, I'm a little bit concerned about lower academic prestige of macro-credentials. Risk of fragmented learning without guidance and structure. Yeah? How to say what will be my future job? Because we are university with a specific role. Also, with the European values, we critique minds. Look what is happened in Europe in our elections. Yeah? This is our role to create the new generation for the stronger Europe. And we should entrain it into macro-credentials as well. To create a flexible path of learning, okay, but we break the normal path for diploma. Yeah? To connect it formal and informal education. So, we need to be a sandbox, yeah? And innovative hubs. Give us time, give us money, and we for sure do this, because this is our mission, our academic mission, and this is a stronger voice for our the younger generation, that they need some lighthouse in European alliances.
Thank you so much, Anna. I'd like to now bring in our speakers. Timothy, what do you think? How micro-credentials can realistically be embedded in higher education and lifelong learning system? How to make it happen? How to make it really visible and working, useful for everyone?
To make them useful, I think that we should consider to the second part of the question, linked to actually flexible learning paths. If we want the students, the learners, to look for micro-credential, we need actually to let them considering as pieces of puzzles that they can organize on the time they have at the end to get another degree if they want. So, in a way, we need to trust in learners, in their ability to understand and to anticipate their need to make a kind of tailor-made degree, and not providing them with a linear degree and then the micro-credential would just be a stake of that, but some pieces of puzzle and they can organize as they need. In a way, we have built the past, and let's give them actually the flexibility to build their future So they can pick up here, there's a micro-credential, and in a couple of years or more, then they will get a degree. If we offer that to them, they will actually use it to make their own path. I think it's an enabler for that.
Yeah. Tayyip, what do you think? Because, well, 2 years ago, I will share with you my experience. 2 years ago, I was very lucky. I participated in an exchange program with British universities, and I was a part of teaching and learning, peer learning activity. And I participated in some, teaching and learning activities at UCL, University College London. In one classroom, we met regular students, lifelong learners, and teachers being interested and passionate about the specific subject. Is it possible for, regular European universities to embed such a, mixed system in one classroom?
It is possible. There are examples in other parts of the world. If we look at Singapore, for example, they proactively encourage lifelong learning, not only through grants that are given to people over the age of 40 to upskill and reskill, etc. There's a recognition that we all now have portfolio careers. And therefore, you can understand the impulse that drives the micro-credential impetus. I guess my concern is while everybody recognizes the need for skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, if I look back to the EIE barometer, it's 85% of respondents say, I need new skills, I need to be upskilled. And yet, the same cohort are saying 35% of their universities are not focused on employability skills. And there's a disconnect there. I think the other concern I have is that micro-credentials, not just in Europe, but across the globe, do not have a good reputation, as Anna mentioned. And therein lies the concern. How do we address that? And I think there's 3 points that we need to reflect on. One, we need greater industry co-design and involvement. Unless and until employers recognize the value of micro-credentials, it's like pushing water uphill.
Yeah.
And I think there is a significant challenge that has still to be addressed, not just in Europe, as I said, across the globe. If you look at a place like Australia, where I spent time, you could see that the government was forcing industry and universities to work together. The money was linked to industry involvement. So universities were not just designing micro-credentials that they felt were important, it's what industry was looking for. I think the second point is that you've got to have stackability. If you can stack these micro-credentials into degrees and you can get a qualification at the end of it, then people will see the value of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is still a challenge. And then the last point, I would say the third point, is that the quality assurance of micro-credentials has to be the same rigor as it is for degrees. And that's not the case currently.
Thank you very much, Tayyip. It is true, I totally agree. Like micro-credentials can serve as a driving force for the future European degree within our alliances. Vanessa, well, the missing point is still the recognition. It was mentioned by Anna, but by Tayyip, the recognition, because 2 years ago, right after launching a recommendation on micro-credentials, we were so much excited about micro-credentials, about flexible learning pathways. But the truth is, it is not working because it is not recognized by employers. It is not recognized sufficiently by the external environment from the university. Is there anything we could do to make it more recognizable, to make it more useful, not only for the universities, but also from our societies, our communities?
Yes, thanks a lot for that. This is actually in that spirit that we presented, and it has been adopted by the Council, a Council recommendation micro-credentials 2 years ago. Because we see these micro-credentials are very much, they are more and more developed, not only by universities, but also by companies and vet providers, but indeed, there is a lack of trust in them. It's not that they are undervalued as compared to degree, but it's just because there is not always a strong quality assurance system behind that people don't know what kind of trust they can put in it. And this is with that in mind that we presented standards, European standards and guidelines to have a common ground and to build that trust, because it's only built on trust that then it can lead to recommendation. Now, so it's good, it's a starting point, but hearing you, we can see that it's not good enough. So we have heard voices that we need to go a step further and maybe come up with standards, and this is something that we will look at together with experts, and also in the context of the Skills Portability Initiative that may be presented next year.
Good. Timothy, what do you think? Micro-credentials, upskilling, reskilling, lifelong learning system, flexible learning pathways, how to connect all those dots?
Working together, universities, ministries, accreditation agencies, employers, students, all around the same table and discussing where we are going to and how we are building that. We cannot think in separate places. We need to think together and to have a common goal and common endeavor. Then we will find here or there what are the obstacles and how we can overcome them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's move on. Yes, the last but not least, attracting, retaining talent for Europe. How can Europe become globally attractive for learners and professionals? What role do universities play in addressing labor shortages? Tayeb, Shah, could you please tell us how to do that, how to make it happen?
Well, I'm not sure if I can tell you, but let me start by saying the winter edition of the EIA Forum is all about skills building. And it's linked to exactly what we're talking about today with the Union of Skills. I would encourage you, please, to contribute your wisdom, your knowledge, and make that a much richer publication. So, as I was saying to my fellow panelists at the start, I want to offer a provocation. I don't want to come here and applaud you and laud you for all that you are doing, but I want to inject a debate, and I want to hear a robust comeback on some of the points that I would like to identify. I think we're now in a skills race and not a degree race. The days when students and talent would automatically come to Paris, to Berlin, to London are gone. They're now looking at San Francisco. They're looking at Dubai. They're looking at Shanghai, Singapore. There are so many other places around the world that they can choose to go. Yes, European values are important. European culture is important. But is it important enough for international talent, professionals and students to want to come to Europe? I would suggest not. It's about skills. And when we look at the fact that, as I mentioned, the survey of over 3,000 international higher education professionals say 35% of their institutions do not prioritize employability. And you contrast that with institutions in places like Singapore, Korea, the UAE, you start to see why there's a challenge that's emerging. We have this paradox. We produce excellent graduates, but we still struggle with labor shortages. Why? It's because we're conflating education with employability. We're conflating internationalization with globalization. If you look at Singapore, it took them 18 months to develop a skills framework, which isn't just a policy, it's a live ecosystem that involves employers, involves universities and government to co-create career pathways from start to finish, documented, 18 months, across 30 sector frameworks that led to everything from course design to immigration guidelines. That's why you have Singapore attracting 350,000 students in a population, a city-state of just under 6 million. You look at what Australia's doing with its Jobs and Skills Summit, linking migration quotas to skills shortages. It all links back to skills. Our challenge is not capability, it's coordination. We need to shift from mobility for learning to mobility for impact. Universities have to become anchor institutions for talent retention, not just education providers. A third of international students are retained by Europe. 2/3 choose to go elsewhere. They find their jobs and careers elsewhere in the world. That is a crying shame. That is what the Union of Skills, that is what the alliances need to grapple with. You have many issues. I'm going to highlight 3 possible solutions. And again, it's a provocation, it's to spark debate. I think as Pia mentioned, you have to act fast. I think we have to look at micro-regional clusters and skills portfolios instead of EU-wide harmonization. Have Iberian tech corridors. Have Baltic AI clusters. Alpine sustainability centers. Focused placements through alliances like CEU. Linking directly to labor market needs. I think the second point is having employer-embedded pathways. I've touched on employers throughout this session because this, for me, is the weak link. We need to bring employers into the fold. They need to co-create. They need to own and co-own. We need to move from a degree-centric approach to a competency-centric recognition, to move from education provider to skills engine. We've got to stop thinking of skills as a byproduct of education and start designing education as a primary engine of skill creation. So having employers involved, mandatory industry placements, tracking graduate outcomes, not just graduate numbers. This is what European alliances can become as the infrastructure of transformation that will lead to that true union of skills. Thank you.
Wow, that was deep. Thank you so much, Tayyip. As time goes so quickly, we cannot comment it right now, but I will ask you to comment within the last sentence as a takeaway, okay, from this session. And now I would like to open up to the floor. Are there any questions from the audience? Hopefully, yes. Yeah? Good, I'm glad. So we achieved our goal. We made.
Don't shut down our business.
Yeah, micros are coming. Could you please raise your hand up front again? Yes, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentations and for this stimulating panel. I'm Karl Bonafumura, representing French universities in Brussels. And I also would like to ask you all the questions about one of the other initiatives that was mentioned by Vanessa at the beginning, the skills academies, which were created under the Net Zero Industry Act. And Mr. Shah also made a reference to them more or less. If European Universities Alliances, as you suggested, should in a way try to align with European priorities in terms of technologies or European degrees or micro-credentials, it would be a good idea perhaps to bring them together with skills academies. You sometimes have the feeling that this is also an instrument that was created by industry rather than by the education sector, but with similar aims. They're quite in focus as far as some of them are concerned. I'm thinking of cybersecurity, for instance. The cybersecurity skills academies is quite in focus. Others are more loose, to put it mildly. So how could European Universities Alliances and skills academies be brought together, work together in order to achieve some of the objectives you have defined?
Thank you so much. Timothée, would you like to comment on it? Or Vanessa? Who would like to start? Vanessa, maybe?
Yes, sure. I can definitely bring some elements. So the Skills Academies and the European Universities Alliances are totally two different instruments with totally different goals. But they are complementary. And we know that there are universities that are in both. The skills academies, they are very thematic, very focused, for example, on artificial intelligence or on quantum physics. And they bring together the different actors. They bring together companies, they bring universities, they bring vet providers, and they create a platform where they are going to share, micro-credentials, for example, or material to develop curricula. So that is very, very useful. You could imagine, well, European Universities Alliances have a different objective, of course, much more systemic, much more structural. It's not a project, it's a long-term initiative to deliver education, training, research, innovation. But they could, in that context, in the context of the long-term strategy, to take part, if they wish, or to cooperate, if they wish, with a skills academy on a specific thematic. They have the innovation ecosystem to do that. But it's their choice. What we want to avoid is duplication. What we want to avoid is that they both, on their corner, develop similar material. This is a waste of time. So that is why we need to bring them together where relevant. If they developed micro-credentials in a specific disciplines, for example, there is, relevance to leverage it and to put it together. So if there is, for example, a European University Alliance developing micro-credentials in a specific domain linked to artificial intelligence, it would make sense to put it or to see how they can share it with a platform dedicated to that from a skills academy, for example. So they are complementary.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have only time for one more question. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Jakub Urodecki from European Association for the Applied Science in Higher Education. This panel is extremely relevant for part of our education sector in Europe when it comes to maybe more practical-oriented universities. But we also see the wave that indeed we are, fortunately, stopping defining ourselves that we are hopefully in one silos or another. If this panel is linking alliances to the European Union of Skills, we are hopefully moving into the direction of not thinking in agenda. Unfortunately, sometimes we do, but the real question is how we go beyond our agendas and beyond our, other towers that we are building towards the region, towards where actually the European values are the most needed, because we are seeing the situation and how regions are sometimes neglected when it comes to the brain drain, when it comes to the impact of the universities. If we're really speaking about European values and then otherwise how we develop our skills regionally, the question is actually to the Alliance how and what you really do to go to the regions, to engage and onboard institutions that might not have a chance to go, but of course how you also cross-link it with the labor shortages, with the skills that sometimes are crucial for the region to strive, because otherwise we'll just observe one direction of people migration from regions to the high. So that's the question, how we really link the agendas. Thank you.
Any ideas, my dear experts? Anna, maybe you or Timothy. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't see a contradiction between these two towers, as you said, because I think that if we are, especially alliances, Taleb said about this, that we need also build a regional anchor with an industry and characteristic industry that we want to follow as a, wave with competences, yeah? Because if we attract talented learners, students, this is for something, for some kind of professionals. Now we have the new idea to make some bigger cooperation among alliances on the same direction. So for sure, we have some alliances above IA, we have alliances with the smart cities, we have alliances in the green transition, etc. And we have, of course, alliance in the, marine science, for example. And we should be bigger voice. This is my favorite word in the alliances is sharing and networking. Yeah, maybe we don't have an answer on so many questions in our head even. Yeah, but every single day we build our community stronger. So I'm totally sure about this, and we should engage more and more into regional labor market. It's for sure.
Thank you.
Regional. Yeah.
Very last question. Time for one more question. A short one, please.
Lady here in the back, in the green, was first, so you have to.
Thank you. My name is Elena Trenchev and I come from FilmEU, one of the few European universities related to the cultural and creative industry. So my question goes in relation to the STEM education, which was mentioned in the first part. Where do you think is the place of the A as a letter in STEAM? So do we have some vision for the bigger integration in arts in dealing with the future challenges in a more creative way? Thank you.
I think Timothy would be the most appropriate person to take this question.
I don't know, and I'm not sure to give an answer that will please everyone. Sometimes we need to decide to focus on something here or focus on something there because there is a huge need. And by the way, I have nothing against art because my daily job is more in science, but when I am at home, really, I'm closer to art than to science. But okay, sometimes we need to focus on something. And here there were an analysis, there is a political decision on STEM. It's not against art, but of course we need arts, we need social sciences, we need many, many things. And if we put everything together, it's not a choice. No, we need to think how it balances. What I didn't like once is I heard that we need to add art because unless there is no creativity. No. There is creativity in engineering, there is creativity in science, there is creativity everywhere. Like there is techniques in engineering, there is techniques in art too. So there are choices that are made. We need, of course, to support students and research and everything in art. But if we include everything in STEM, it will not be a choice anymore. So we need to see how we should balance between a focus on STEM and the other topics that should be addressed according to the political decision at the upper level, but even within the university levels too.
Thank you very much, Timothée, for your answer. Before we close, I would like to invite, yes, Vanessa, go ahead.
I think it's a very important topic, so I would like to complement as well what Timothée said. So indeed, what the figures show and what the employers tell us is that they don't have enough STEM graduates. Because of the technology development in our society. Now, the key question is how do we train these STEM graduates? And in the European STEM strategic plan, actually, you will see that we promote the STEM approach. So creativity is important, but also social sciences, humanities, ethics, including when it comes to training future engineers. So this is the key question that we expect universities to think together when developing a European degree for engineers. Yeah? As you said, Timothée, where do we strike the right balance? But it is very important when you see all the technology development that are really developing very fast. It raises the question, you know, what is the type of society where we want to live? Do we want to let the algorithm decide for us? I'm not sure. So that is why humanities, ethics are so important in the curricula for engineers. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have no time for one-sentence takeaways. However, I will collect all of them and promise to share with you within tomorrow's summing up session. Please join me in applauding our great experts. Thank you so much for your insightful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's continue the discussion.
Anna Jurkowska-Zeidler, Tajeb Szach, Timothée Thury, Vanessa Devis-Santon, Dorota Piotrowska. Big round of applause. Thank you very much. And now we are moving swiftly forward towards the next panel, which will talk about the future of European University Initiative. And let me just rotate the panelists on the floor, unless they want to take a quick photo first. But I will just tell you who are our future panelists in a matter of seconds. So the moderator of the Future of EUI, paving the way towards sustainable funding, will be taking the presidential photo right now, Professor Patrycja Matusz from the University of Wrocław. Thank you very much. Vice Rector for Internationalization at the University of Wrocław, and an expert advisor to multiple ministries on higher education and migration policies. With us also, there is Madame Députée Laurence Ferrand, a member of European Parliament, an influential voice in the European Parliament, championing education, youth, and cultural policies for a united Europe. With us is, of course, also Dr. Janina Fengel, EUT Plus Alliance, a pragmatic builder of graduate education structures and research innovation across European technical universities. With us is also Dr. Sophia Karner, a Brussels-based strategist shaping policy dialogues for Una Europa Alliance and the broader university ecosystem. And we have Professor Krzysztof Wasilewski, an interdisciplinary researcher dedicated to dual education and the digital future of the humanities, representing EU for Dual Alliance. We have our panelists complete on stage, and Professor Patrycja Matusz has the floor.
Now it works. Thank you very much for the great introduction. It is my great pleasure to welcome my panelists, my experts, and welcome you. We are going to talk about money a little bit, so it's always a difficult subject, or maybe not very comfortable subject, but we want to speak about the future. I will sit down. Okay, so let me start with the short introduction, and then we immediately start by asking the questions, because as you know, We are unfortunately before the lunch, so it's the probably worst panel in the schedule. Okay, anyway. The European University Initiatives has been founded mainly by the Erasmus Plus program, as you know, and since its official launch, the following debate was repeated about the nature and of the founding. I think it is important to say that it has been very important, the 3 pillars of university, and the first, education, was covered by the program and by the initiative. The secondary attention was paid also to the service for society, so the third mission of the university. But we all know, and we have been discussing this for a while, the research mission is missing, and because many of us are the research universities, this is very close to our heart, and we have been discussing this in depth, I will say, at least among the Polish universities, which I am part of. The research mission is also very important for our doctoral education and for young scholars that we are responsible for as the future of our universities, higher education institutions. Since 2019, alliances have expressed further common concerns about the founding system in general. I would say the project-based approach of founding is something which we also have been discussing with the, of course, limited founding period, and because we are in the very important period for us, so the bridging between the foundings, this is something very relevant for us. And of course, the structure of work packages and deliverables, which leaves a little bit too less flexibility. And as we know, and it was repeated many times this morning, we are living in the turbulent time in which the constant change is part of our life. So not very flexible structure might be the obstacle for us to achieve the goals and adapt to the changes. About the founding, because we are about to talk about the future, I would like to start immediately with the first question. And my first one would be, how do you see the current founding system of the European University initiatives, and what are its drawbacks and what are the positive aspects? I would like to start with Lawrence because she was responsible for the European, as a member of the European Parliament, she was responsible for the report presented by the European Parliament. So we would like to listen to the member of the European Parliament. How do you see us? What came out from your report, and what are the challenges and the positive sides of the founding? As the first question. But of course, please feel free to refer to your report, which was an interesting source of information for all alliances, I guess. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I hope you are not starving too much, and that we are able to keep your attention on this very important issue of financement. As you say, I'm currently in charge of a report. It's not already finished. We are final cutting it, you know, with all your inputs, because I must just underline the importance of your contributions. So I thank all the alliances, all the networks for their inputs that I take in account in this report. I thank particularly the Polish Presidency and you, Patricia, for the initiative of this event, because it's very timely in the time we talk about competitiveness, to raise awareness on education and high education, and in this context with the USA, of course. A panelist mentioned the Choose Europe for Science. That is quite an important issue and quite linked with initiative of the alliances, European alliances. First of all, I want to explain why I pushed the idea of this report, because, you know, we are in a new term since 1 year now. It's the first anniversary of the elections. As a former member, because I was elected in 2019, I wanted to raise the attention of my new colleagues on this initiative in the framework of Erasmus Plus program. I think it was quite important to let them know, because even if it's a huge success, it's not well known enough at a level of policymakers and MEPs particularly. So at each time when I talk about this, I have a lot of agreement, so that's quite important for the future, and I come back to your question about funding. So we have unless three questions about the budget dedicated to alliances. Of course, there is the general amount, but there is as well the architecture of the budget and the sustainability. So on the general amount, I want to speak about the general budget dedicated to alliances. Fortunately, in the last term and in the current Erasmus Plus program, we achieved to double Erasmus Plus budget. So that is a key point to explain how we were able to finance so many projects. Because at the beginning, we planned to get about 20-25 alliances. Today, we have 65, with amount of financement from 5 million to a maximum of 40 million. This is a very important aspect, but we were able to do that because we had this large increase of the Erasmus Plus program, and we know that in the future it could be complicated to have such a performance in the budget framework. Second point, I want to mention the point of the architecture. So what I believe and what I mentioned in my program with your help, and because we had many exchanges, is that Erasmus Plus program can't be the only source of financing. So we need to have more sources and to take in the other European programs, because of course the activities encompassed in the alliances encompass the 4 university missions and what we call the knowledge square: education, research, innovation, and service to society. So it's clear that we could be able to finance more, to mobilize more Horizon. It was initially foreseen in the Horizon regulation, but we need to do more. It will be in the future, maybe. And other EU programs and funding sources such as InvestEU and the regional funds. And we think that, and that's what I mentioned as well in my report, alliances should benefit more from private, regional and national co-financing. I have to mention that 23 member states are already co-financing the alliances, but as far as I know, the national support differs greatly from country to country and sometimes add an extra layer of administrative burden. For example, my country, France, dedicated 100 million from the France 2030 recovery plan, so that is quite important. Then I want to end by a very important question, that is sustainability of financement. That is for me the most pressing issue now, because alliances need visibility and predictability. They are doing transformative work and are not a simple project limited in time. That is what I wanted to highlight in my report. I want to mention, for example, EUT+, the alliance of my fellow panelist, Janina Fengel, which aims to be a genuine European university, fully integrated with intra-European campuses. It's very ambitious, but it takes resources, workforce, manpower, but it also takes time, and you will explain maybe your project, I think, in the future to build strong partnerships and change the European education landscapes. This is not something you can easily do with a 4-year budget, and that's why the question of sustainability and predictability is so important, and it will be the question in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. I think it is important for us to be in the dialogue and to convince other institutions, not only European Commission, but also European Parliament, to support the initiative. And I have to say it's important before we start the negotiations of new budget, not only for Erasmus+, but also for research for the next years. Lawrence already mentioned Janina, so just asking you the same questions from the practical point of view. How do you see the challenges and the positive elements of the current budget before we move forward to look in the future?
Thank you. So let's start with something very trivial at the beginning. The funding is there. We have started. Look at what happened. How many people are doing something before we have in the local university in Germany where I'm based, we talked about look how big Europe is and how difficult it is to cooperate. Now we are so much more advanced, and more advanced means we are also changing from the phase where we had ideas and vision and created and design and were thinking. We are moving now into implementing. We have some people who say, oops, now it's really becoming hard work, because now what we have to try and to do is get out of the starters and really make it happen. Really make everybody accept what we're doing and that life is changing. People read the news, but how they perceive news, well, this is also education. So I heard the word sandbox this morning, but we also need money to move out of the sandboxes, to start do surgery on the open heart, to be honest, and include also the ones who have not heard. Oh, we are a European university, what the heck is this? I said, you meet me every day in the parking lot. How can you ask this? But there is still a lot of job to do. We start reaching out to students, and then the students ask the teachers and says, how can I do this? So education also means our stuff, enablement, implementing. So we have started building the train. We are laying tracks, more tracks. We have ideas for tracks. Maybe not every idea is super duper, but some, but that's the sandbox. But we're getting there, and we see already colleagues who become impatient. Because yes, time in universities is not as quick as it can be in industry. On the other hand, we are not industry. We are not just buying a partner in another country. They change the color on the door and that's it. Take it or leave it. We want everybody to accept it, to be willing and open and carry our mission that we are part of Europe, and that will long-term. What is long-term? Long-term is many, many years, and moving from designing and implementing to accepting, explaining, extending to operation. And one thing in operation I saw already, our Erasmus funds are used up. That didn't really help all my explaining, go on a mobility, you will see and learn. So there, for the funding as we have now, we managed, and we keep, even though some people hate us for the word KPI and deliverable. But of course, we want to be accountable and clear and share everything. But when we were doing the deliverables in the first phase, my first thought was somebody has to read them. Can we not find a different channel? So I'm happy that we have the possibility of doing what we did. We're reaching out. We are forming not every partner in the same speed, but that's not what is possible. Therefore, we are diverse, but taking everybody on board. Also,
professional, non-academic stuff is sort of part of our teaching. So piecing everything together, then going to my administration people and said, no, I did this on unit cost. You did it wrong, that was this. And my timesheet, you know, is here. Costs us too much money. I would be so much more happy to put it differently. And we have funding, we piece together, we puzzle. We have something for research to change here, we have something for education, we try to do more in innovation and tech transfer, but fragmentation is difficult. We have it, we understand that in the speed that was made possible by the Commission, you need paths how to do this and to administer it in a clear and transparent way. And we keep on puzzling, yes, but of course we have a dream for the future. So we keep on extending and putting it really into place and getting it out of the more experimental state into really implemented state. Students leave us sometimes too quick. The moment we have convinced them, they leave us already, and we send them into society. I remember we were visiting one of our EUT Plus weeks, and the student behind me said, I'm so envious of the next ones. I said, yes, that's why I got up this morning, but let's also think about the ones who I'm surprised when I see sometimes results of elections. We should not forget that reaching out is not a piece of cake, and not only time, it needs to extend. So we include staff, we make officers from our permanent staff, from experienced people who help disseminate the message. So we have to find paths how to disseminate, how to bring everybody on board and make sure change is accepted and not just projects go away, I just have to be quiet, this will blow over. No, we don't want it to blow over. I mean, look how big this room is. So for this, we try to piece as best possible what we have at the moment. And then, as I was saying, sometimes I think we waste too much money on administration, but who isn't saying this? So that's what we have at the moment. If we talk about the future, I guess it simmered already a little bit through what I would be hoping for.
Before we start talking about the future, thank you very much for speaking about the inclusiveness, because I think it is very important for us to include as many members of our community as possible. However, of course, including all of them needs even more money, because every day I'm facing the question, can we go to the partner university? Can we do this and that? And my only concern is not go and do, but how do I pay it? So we all know that our budgets are based on different sources, and that's the lesson also for the future, I think, how to create the budget based on different resources, how to make it bigger to be even more inclusive. Sophia, before I give you the floor, I will take the floor to Krzysztof, the only man here. For those who know me, you know that I really take care on the gender balance during this conference. So, because you are the only man, the floor is yours. Krzysztof is EU for dual, so dual education. What about the budget? In your case, you are more focused on the cooperation with the industry and stakeholders. So please tell us your experiences.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here, especially that Wrocław is my second best Polish city. Of course, Koszalin is the first one, but Poznań and Gdańsk are ex aequo the second best cities for me, so don't worry. Yes, at least for today. But going back to the question, you're right that we as EU for Dual, we are a business industry-oriented alliance. However, it doesn't mean that we do not need support from the government or from the European Commission. When I think about positives of contemporary funding scheme of European alliances, I think that the way it is now, it works for this early stage when those alliances were to be integrated into one, because this project like short-term oriented funding, and I would call it short-term funding because, in our opinion, it is just like that. It is good for this first stage of developing a European alliance, meaning when we need to know each other, when we need to do some mobilities, when we need to start joint programs or double programs and so on. So the thing that we have to keep the KPIs, objectives at the short term are okay because they make us work at this early stage really hard to fulfill those objectives that we have to do. However, I agree with Rector Jesionowski from Poznań University of Technology that it cannot work for the further stages of European alliances development, because we all know from academia that academia what really needs is stability, long-term financing, and so on. When we need to think about project like when it comes to university, it never works as good as it would work in a more long-term oriented scheme, because what we have been hearing since day one when we started our alliance, and it was over 2 years ago, it was that we shouldn't look at it as a project. European alliance is not a project, so the question is why we fund it as a project, whereas we hear from everyone, from the European Commission, from our more experienced colleagues that do not look at it as a project. It's something much more important, something much more complicated, and something that needs much more development than ordinary research projects or Erasmus Plus projects and so on. So this is the clear answer to your question, that if we are to look at European alliances as something more than a project, we should at least modify the funding scheme. Of course, we, as all universities in Europe and elsewhere, are looking for additional money from the industry, from business, from the corporations and so on. But I think the US is a great example of that tells us and reminds us that private money is not everything. We believed, or at least I believe, that those US big universities such as Harvard, Columbia and so on, that they are funded by private money. Whereas it took only a few months of Donald Trump presidency to prove us wrong, that without those federal money, Harvard University is unable to do those really big and deep research. And likewise is in Europe. Without European Commission funding, without European funding, without national funding, we would be not able to do any research, even though we are trying really hard to attract business, industry and so on. And we have some projects that are financed or co-financed by the business and by the industry. But it will never, at least not in the foreseeable future, it will not change the thing that universities, public universities need public money. Not even public universities, because in our alliance we have a couple of universities that are private or semi-private, and they too, when it comes to research, when it comes to some serious research, we all rely on public funding. However, we in Poland, in my opinion, are really lucky ones, because we have National Agency for Academic Exchange that has a number of projects, programs that give us additional money for activities within European alliances. But our colleagues, for example, from Finland are not that lucky. They have to rely on their own money, or they do not get any money for activities in European alliances, which means that sometimes it's really difficult to work out some collaborative research, because we're talking about research. European alliances are not funded for research. They're funded for mobilities, for other things, but research is the most important thing for each university, whether it's applied sciences university or a full university, but we do not have direct money for that in a European alliances scheme, and we need to look for other ways to find it. So as to sum up what I said, positives is just for this, in my opinion, we just submitted our midterm report and it was evaluated positively, fortunately. So for this early stage, for this first 4 or 5 years of European alliances, in my opinion, this funding scheme works really good. But if we are to think about European alliances as something that stays with us for a long time, it's not just for 5 or 8 years before maybe the political change comes to the European Parliament and the European Commission, that we should change funding for something more long-term oriented, just at least not just for funding, but to make us believe that European alliances are here to stay for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's great what you said, that we are short-term founded, but we are long-term project or long-term activities. So it's a little bit of contradiction. However, I just want to add something to what Krzysztof already said. Thanks to the national agencies, we were able to not only support our Ukrainian colleagues, which was very important for us, and thanks to this money, which I think all the Polish partners made use of, we financed over 5,000 mobilities for our Ukrainian colleagues. That was important. That's the first thing. And the second, from the other program, in my case, we have financed so many activities around research, just because it was not the Erasmus Plus money, so we were allowed to give our researchers the chance to visit the partners in other universities and to establish small research contacts. Last but not least, Sofia, that's your time, Una Europa. So you are one of the first universities who started, Alliance, who started the journey. Please share your positive and also negative experiences in budgeting and funding.
Thanks, Patricia, and thank you for having us talk about money over lunchtime, and then also having me go last. So I have the extra challenge of coming up with a lot of new things that my two colleagues here haven't said yet. Maybe what I do want to start with, even though you gave a little bit of introduction already, just some quick facts about Una Europa, who we are, because I think it's quite important to contextualize many of the things that I'm going to say on the panel and many of the points that might be complementary to what's already been said. So we are an alliance of 11 leading research-intensive universities. So a lot of the points that Patricia has been making on this panel around the importance of research and the research dimension really resonate very strongly with us. We also, as you said, were founded in 2019. So we're part of the old guard of alliances, but still that means we've only existed for just over 6 years. So I think, again, really important to keep in mind, while we are moving into our consolidation phase, we're probably already in that right now, we are still experimenting, we are still testing a lot of things. So again, I think in the funding that needs to be taken into account. And then finally, we have a legal entity in Belgium, and we actually had this legal entity before we received any EU funding. So I think that, again, goes to show the commitment of our rectors, of the partner universities, since the very beginning, to make sure that we're more than a project. So from the very beginning, there was a commitment to have really strategic, long-term collaboration across all missions that goes beyond what we can do in different single projects. I want to make maybe 3 points that are hopefully going to be a little bit different to what's already been mentioned so far. I think firstly, and all of these points will be somehow a strength of the current funding, but at the same time a bit of a weakness as well. So hopefully it ticks many boxes. So the first thing I wanted to make a point around is the diversity of alliances. I think we've heard it today already. We see it on the panel. I think it makes a good case for how different we are, but you also see it in this room. I think we all have different starting points. We have currently different priorities, and if we think for the future, we have very different visions, strategies. And I do believe that that diversity has come out of the funding approach so far. So the funding approach was very open, very flexible. It allowed for very different universities to come together, so I think that's a great strength. but it also poses quite some challenges now for the future. If we think about how do you not just retain that diversity, but how do you strengthen it? How do you support it in a way that's flexible, but still hits all the priorities that you want to be looking at? So I think that that's the first point. And because of my role and where I sit, I think for me there's a really strong link to be made with policy. We can't talk about funding without talking about policy. And we've heard this today convincingly, I think. Alliances are a high-level political priority. That's a great thing. We're seen as a flagship of the European education area. There's a lot of political will, not just at European level, but also across the member states. But that also comes with a lot of expectations, and it comes with possibly an increased amount of policy priorities that we are tackling as alliances. So there's a little bit, I think, especially with the current funding, an inherent tension there. The political ambitions are very high. I think there's no question about this. But is this currently reflected in the funding? Open question. And then, yeah,
maybe we'll leave it for the questions later, okay?
Yes, maybe somebody has an answer. And then, yeah, maybe final point, and that's really important for our alliance, is the importance of research. Since the beginning, we have never made a difference between what we do in collaboration in education, in research, in societal outreach. While we had different projects that have allowed us to do certain activities, our strategy has always been holistic. So we are currently doing this with institutional commitment, being creative around funding, finding ways to make this work. We have, our focus areas, which are fostering interdisciplinary collaboration. We have a big focus on early career researchers, which is, again, the synergy, the intersection between the two. And we're also thinking a lot about how to share research infrastructures and resources. Again, I think if we think about the second part of this panel, this is something we'd really like to see taken up a bit more structurally. And then, maybe to conclude, I like to pick up on what Dorothy said in her first panel. I think we want to talk about making something systemic, structural, sustainable. We can't just talk about EU funding. We need to talk about we need to have a much broader conversation. We've talked already a little bit about national, regional investment, but I think it goes even beyond that. We have to talk about institutional investments, current, but also future, but also private investment, philanthropy, being very creative. And I think that's not a challenge that's solely one of alliances. I think this is a challenge of many European initiatives. How do you leverage everything that's out there and make your initiative sustainable? So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you for saying about the regional and national funding. It is very important. From the conversation during the Polish presidency, I know that some of the member states were very skeptical about financing the alliances because they think that this is the responsibility of the European Union and the Erasmus Plus program. However, we know that we need to think about our financing and our budgets for the future based on different resources. So, but you also mentioned politics as an important factor for all of us. So let us go to Lawrence, because she is the politician. So we want to know, first of all, how would you like to see the funding in the new multi-annual frame program? That's the first. And of course, how do you, as a politician and a member of the European Parliament, do you see yourself supporting us in not only the negotiations, but also the future of financing? So,
of course, I don't reflect all the politicians in the European Parliament, because
we know it.
Some of them are against this strong integration of higher education at the European level. But it's an important point today. No, you know, today we are in this time, and I look to the Commission, when we wait for the presentation of the budget for the next 7 years. So it's a kind of very annoying period where we, as members of the European Parliament, don't exactly know what is waiting for us. So we have very simple aim and targets. The first is to secure the Erasmus Plus program, if possible to increase it, but we know it will be very complicated to double it again, even if we have very big needs with the Union of of skills, the education area, European education area as well. And it's fully in line with all our big projects of competitiveness, of sovereignty, because we need workforce skills. But I'm a little bit afraid that it will be not exactly reflected in the next budget. So as parliamentarians, we are going to fight a lot, I think. But you know, we don't know exactly where we are going to go, but we want these questions. And as I am a member of the Committee for Culture and Education, I believe a lot in all the soft programs, and I want to mention the lady that took the floor, that of course culture, art are very important in this period. So we have a big fight to have on Creative Europe as well, and on all projects related to culture, because we see that it's a key point for the future of our European democracy. So that was the point. And in the detail, what I want to say. First, what I believe in, and it's mentioned in my report, is the fact that we should first focus on the financing of the existing alliances. We went very quick, maybe too quick. We have today 65 alliances, so the plan is not to increase again and again and again. We should focus and strengthen those who are still existing, helping them in their project. Maybe some should quit, should come, but we have to define our strategical fields as well with the universities. The first thing, focusing on the existing alliances and reinforcing them. And the second point is that I discovered that the one-size-fits-all doesn't fit for these projects, because they are all different, with different size of universities. You know, I come from a middle-sized city in the southwest of France, Pau. It's UNITA network, and I follow it with a lot of interest, but it's quite different than maybe yours. So there are specific needs, so we have to be adaptable, so sorry. And we must see as well for tomorrow the question of the legal status that will give more independence in the future. And I think it is a way, because today we need to reinforce them to maybe see which one could be the stronger, could become independent. Have, as I said, local private financing. And if we reinforce the innovation research program, the technology transfer and so on, I think companies could be quite interested in all the projects and reinforce their partnerships. So it's a way to give them all the room and all the importance. So, and the last point I wanted to mention is I think it's quite important that the alliances remains in the Erasmus Plus program, because Erasmus Plus program is the brand of education in Europe, and it will be always an important program. And I don't think that alliances are able to become a standalone program. So I wish that the alliances stay in Erasmus Plus, and then that we should be able to reinforce over-financement from other programs. So we'll see tomorrow. We are waiting for the presentation of the budget, and count on us to fight very strongly to maintain all the budget and all the financement.
Thank you very much. Of course, we count on you, and we are coming back during the negotiations probably. Very important point, I think. During the discussions in the last month in Poland, I also heard about the 2 leagues of universities. So we have to remember also that being in the alliances is a kind of privilege that we are in, and we started the journey, but we shouldn't also, we should remember also about all the other universities and how we can exchange, how we can be the role model a little bit in the innovations, in teaching and cooperation, just to make sure that we work for the European education area as whole, and not to be exclusive for only the members. I'm going to change now, and Sofia, your time. Think about the future. What do you want in the new scheme, in the new financing period?
Keeping us on our toes by changing the order there.
I know that we all want more money, but give us some details.
I'm going to say something different than just more money. I think we can take that as a starting point in any case. Yeah, I think it's important that we do contextualize, again, this conversation. We've talked about this already in the different sessions today. We cannot detach this conversation from the broader geopolitical context that we're in. I think that explains where current priorities are set and have to be set. It also explains what Laurence already said, that discussions around the multi-annual financial framework will be tough. There's many competing priorities, defense being one of them, competitiveness being another. So I think it's important to keep that in mind as we have this conversation, but then also to take this on board in our messaging as alliances. I think we've said from the very beginning, or for a few years now, what we would like to see in terms of funding. You have heard these terms before: holistic, long-term, but we also now have to reflect what's happening at the moment and then adjust how we frame this. I don't think it changes what we want, but it does mean that our messaging has to become more nuanced. So I think, again, maybe three things around current priorities for the continent. I do think we need to keep making the point that higher education and research and innovation have to be the foundation of what we're doing in Europe. And again, that's not just a problem at EU level. I think if you look at the level in investment in R&D across member states, still only a very small handful of member states are reaching the targets of 3% of GDP being spent there. So again, this is a common theme now. I think that our universities have to deal with, that also investments at national level. We hear this from all our partners, are not looking very positive right now. So the trend there is not encouraging. And again, there's a question on what we can do at European level to at least keep things stable or to counteract even what's going on there. Then I think the second point I want to make is keep things light in whatever happens with future funding. I think this is maybe something that we as alliances can all agree on. Again, I think with the current geopolitical situation, it's understandable if there is maybe a tendency for more top-down political steering because certain things need to be addressed. But I do think that putting the trust in universities to be tackling these challenges like we do in our academics, to be tackling those challenges, I think is the way forward. So really a flexible, open and light approach towards funding alliances, taking where they want to go as a starting point. I think the first session today that talked about the impact report showed that if you look at the initiative as a whole, there is no question that political priorities are being tackled very well across the initiative, but then it is up to each alliance, I think, to focus on strengths, and by doing so, this is how we are good as an initiative. And the final point I want to make is make it predictable. Whatever we do, it needs to become something that is more embedded. Again, embedded structurally in EU funding, and that's a big conversation with the complete refurbishment of the MFF potentially, but also embedded in institutional structures, embedded in national structures. That's the only way this will ever become something, more predictable, more sustainable in the long run.
Thank you very much. Yes, you mentioned the tough negotiations about the new multi-annual framework program. I would like just to remind you that all the ministers of higher education of science during Warsaw meeting signed the Warsaw Declaration, which was a very positive signal that all the member states want and expect a stable fund for research. And we know that despite the Erasmus Plus financing, we are doing our small activities. We try to establish the consortia under the Horizon Europe, so the stability in budgeting is important for us. Janina, your time now. Do you want to comment on something or just add your perspective on the future of the financing?
I would add from an engineering point of view, European University of Technology, I was thinking if I would be tasked with the job, how would I design future funding that benefits all and makes it light on us and gives us room? So I have a wish list. I would be very happy. In IT, we speak about single sign-on. So to have a single access point to a combination of sources, European, national, regional, our own even. I mean, we all invest as universities, also from our other budget, to achieve what we want to achieve and overcome the borders we have when we puzzle from different sources. So have the same rules according to a set path. We have a transformation path. We know how we get from starting the first concept to put it into place, to operate. We need room. There are some things which work better than we ever hoped for. Other things, this was a bit difficult. We needed to change. The world is changing. So if we can go through 7 years of having a path that is supported without too much burden according to rules that allow us to adapt a little bit. I mean, we want to be accountable because accountable also means we share and we are open, and that gives us room to implement, to really operate it, to learn, and to reach out to other universities. I mean, we're all in networks already, but we have a path. And then I was thinking, what is long term? Frankly speaking, we don't only want to be the kids on the block who are funded for a couple of years setting up something nice, but we want to be able to include in our transformation that a European construct of universities will always need coordination, steering, support, making sure it's continuing, it's understood, new generations are coming in academic, in professional, non-academic stuff, in students, to carry the thought and develop it. I was always thinking, look how old universities can be. Wouldn't it be nice to have more than a number below 10 speaking about long term? So by easing the load and putting together funding from all sources, we also have another chance, which is some of our members are more supported by their national governments than others. But what we want is a balanced European university, and don't keep on talking all the time, oh, you in that direction of the compass, for you it's harder, or you fear this and that. We want balanced and aligned. And having a single access point might make it easier to share and enable what is now difficult at the time. And that does not only mean alignment between the directions of the compass, it does not only mean alignment of the type of stuff we have, but let's not forget the ones who teach and develop joint programs are the ones who do research. And early career researchers, they are only students when they get discounted at the movie box theater, when they buy tickets, but they are researchers in their own right, and we cannot live only by being coupled through education. We need university. So in order to bring this all together, that would be my hope, that it can be a single package according to clear rules. And of course, we follow and report and share. I mean, that's what we do all the time. That's completely clear, and it's taxpayer monies. We're absolutely aware of this. And I think it will not be an easy task, but my wish can still stand in the room, and I'm happy to support and help as much as I can with my experience, because we want to make sure that really everything is included in the long term and that it really starts staying here. And by having a single point, that might make us more equal than we are already, at the same time preserving. And I was yesterday, I took the bus to the airport, boarded the plane, came here, got out. Everything is easy. So the Schengen in the universities, without having to exchange money, that they just go, and it's just as naturally as we fly to some vacation point. Give us the time and the room to develop, to think about how we make it stable for the future. We will get some bloody noses at some corner, but in other corners it will help. And we are already sending out students who didn't or who don't have any ideas that they so far have been part of a European University Alliance. There is still a huge, huge job to do and to bring it into the regions and attract also students on the other side, not forgetting that as partners, yes, but let's not become only inclusive, but also make sure that we're reaching out to what is already there in Europe and reaching out also to partners in other countries. So if we can be freed of a little puzzly and no, this is not possible because it's not here or there, or no, that's not funded at all, okay, fine. Maybe we get out of this, and then we have time. If that's for really the full 7 years, we have time to think how to really make European University Alliances a stable structural point. It's the same question we get as EUT+. How do you want to merge? We are working on it. We will see. We develop, we think, we create. So it buys us time, but it also buys us space to make sure that all missions of university are addressed. The Knowledge Square expresses this so nicely. We should have all the more possibilities of Erasmus. We should have the possibilities to support research on a joint level, to make sure that it's done not in the countries because mobility is in Erasmus. So if we have a common project, it might also be easier to explain this. And then make sure we reach out also into our national systems. I'm coming from Germany. We have 16 higher education acts. In principle, they all look the same. Yeah, and then you come to work and sit down, but here and there. It's time we overcome this. We are so fragmented. We should be able to defragment. And maybe we can do it by giving us time and space to address everything that makes up a university. So that would be my wish. I wish to relate to you. Thank you.
Yes, I see you speak to the Commission.
I thought we might need a little support in there.
I realized that the message was sent there. Yes, I think there is no doubt that we all want to have these 3 pillars of university, so the, education, research, and of course the third mission incorporated in the new possibilities. Krzysztof, your concluding remarks before I give the floor to the many questions, I see them. So be brief to sum up.
I'll try to be brief, but although I represent the University of Technology, I'm from the Faculty of Humanities, so being brief is not something that I'm used to. And as you probably know, in contemporary humanities, everything is more or less relative, and I think that's the key term to answer the question about the future of financing European alliances, because before we answer this question, first of all, we should answer the, in my opinion, more important question, namely, what do we want European alliances for? Because, and by we, I mean the European Union and national governments and academia as well. Because I think from the answer to this question will help us answer the question about how we want to fund European alliances. Well, in my opinion, we in Poland are very idealistic about European alliances, meaning that we really believe in the very idea of European alliance as a collaboration in many areas of university actions together, and we really believe that European alliances are something that we should take care of and develop and so on. However, we are aware that in many cases, especially in big universities in Europe, European Universities Alliances is not, it's only one of many projects that they are doing. It's not even the biggest one. So the fact that we are so interested in European alliances, it's not always, does not always correspond with the attention that other universities put to it. Of course, it's a great thing for us to learn from our partners from Europe, but also we are aware that we can teach them some new things. And to do that, to develop European universities, we need a long-term funding. And just as my predecessor said, academia likes stability. Project funding works fine, but for academic projects. If we believe that European alliances are not ordinary projects, that are something more, then we should rethink or modify how we fund them. Because I don't think that it is the right idea to, for example, ask national governments to take more control or more responsibility for funding EU alliances, because it will lead to what we had before European Alliances Initiative was established. Because in my opinion, EUI was established also for that fact that the European Union was aware of differences between Western and Eastern European universities when it comes to funding, to research experience and so on. So European alliances were also for the fact that both old and young and new members, so to call them, were to integrate and to make out something really good. And there are European projects that are very successful, but what they are characterized by is that they are long-term funding. For example, Airbus, it's a company, it's a very European company, not just French, German company, but there's also British, Spanish, and so on. And it's very good at competition with Boeing, for example. And I think if we want to make European alliances Airbuses of science, of education, and of research, then we need to put as much care as we put to Airbus and other similar activities. If not just for future research, then for sure for our researchers, for our teachers, because what teachers like, they want something tangible, they want to see something they can do, for example, research projects together with their colleagues from Germany, from France, from Spain, from all of the partners from European alliances. And as for now, it's really difficult and it's really almost impossible when you don't have additional funding. And it's hard to make our teachers, make our researchers believe in European Alliances initiative if they don't get anything they can touch, or at least they can profit from, in terms not of money, but in terms of multilateral research projects and things like that. So the future of European alliances.
Just of the final
how we funding them. I warned you, I'm from humanities.
Martin wants to give the micro to the others, so sorry.
I was too much focused on your tie. Sorry, I wasn't looking at you. So okay, so that's basically all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I stopped you really, but I like to be the Airbus in the Arcus Alliance. I buy it. Okay, Martin, please take the question
right here from Olga.
Wow. I'm Olga Wessels, ECIU University, and I coordinate For You For All. Thank you so much for this super urgent session, because the European budget discussions are going on right now, I have understood. And thank you also to Lorenz Forange to raise the awareness about the alliances in the European Parliament, because we need the European Parliament, and we are here for you to work together with you also in the near future. Thank you, Sophia, for setting also this discussion in the broader context of the geopolitical developments, and I hope we can tell all our finance ministers back home that if they really want to invest in defense, they have to start with investing in knowledge capital, in education, in research, because that's the only way to stay autonomous in Europe. But then my question, and that's for you, Forange, but maybe also to the European Commission colleagues that are still on the front row, is what can we do for you now? Because the discussions are going on right now, and what do you need from us, and how can we work together with you to make sure that this long-term, predictable, sustainable, and holistic funding pathway for the alliances becomes a reality?
Very good point. Thank you.
I think it's very simple. We need that you emphasize your actions, that you communicate a lot, that you show all what you do. That is incredible. When I meet all the people I met during my work on this report, I saw the incredible project you were able to achieve, and in the same way, as you said, it's not the only project in the universities, but I saw how it drives the dynamic of the university. It creates more mobility, more appetence for projects abroad, and it strengthens all what you do. So I think first, because we are waiting for this new budget framework, but as well we are waiting for the new framework from Erasmus Plus program, we need you to emphasize, to be vocal, to let know what you do. It's the first step is communication, because as I said, in this current parliament, just a few people knew about this initiative that is great and that is a big success. So thank you for what you'll be able to do. Thank you.
We want to comment because the question was raised to you, so I can give you the mic. We are coming back to you.
No, but I think we fully agree with the Parliament, and again, we are not at the end of a process, we're at the beginning of a process. Indeed, the Commission is at the moment very busy finalizing proposals that need to be ready in a month's time or so. So, you know, all the inputs that everyone has already provided is full speed feeding into this. And you should continue to be vocal, as Laurence Faring just said, you know, because we will need your voice, we will need your impact to be visible throughout these negotiations, so that the member states indeed also see and feel that this ambition that I think we have called for to continue and to step up, going further and faster, as I said earlier, that this also materializes and is enabled by indeed sufficient funding, giving you also the predictability, the stability that I'm hearing strongly called for in the different panels this morning. So this is where I would leave it for now, but you know, there's a lot to say, there will be a lot to say in coming months, also when the negotiations kick off for real.
You just sent the message to Commissioner Minzato. We hope.
All right. Hi.
Next question.
Yes, my name is Iris Kimitsoglu. I'm president of the European Students' Union. And what I was missing was on the question, how would an investment pathway actually look like? It's easy to criticize how it's now, but how is the vision for an investment pathway? Ideally speaking, what's the balance between base funding and maybe top-up grants for deliverables, for example? What are the indicators that we will apply to determine how much money an alliance would get in the future? Should there be evaluations in between? Is it a 5-year plan, a 7-year plan, 10-year plan? I would like to hear a bit more of a concrete vision. What do we apply as indicators, and how do we do the balance between base funding and performance-based components of a future investment pathway?
Okay. Who wants to? No.
Frankly speaking, I would be glad if I know. But what we are all sure, we will work together, us sharing experience, we with the Commission and the people who design all this, to make it in a meaningful way. I mean, that's not yet finalized, but I guess everybody in this room is open to share experience with how do we live with KPIs. We have people who run in the hallway down the other direction, maybe mention KP and then they're already gone. But we will find together a way and try it out on a stable funding to see what is really a good measure? What does make an alliance? How do we determine if somebody is an alliance or not? What is the path they want to follow? And then we have a clear plan we can budget for. So that's not a detailed answer to your question, but it's a work in progress. And we're very keen to finalize it as quickly as possible. We have, fortunately, experience.
It's complicated. So the intervention by Vanessa, and then we go to the next question. Yes, I know, I see many.
Yeah, so I think it's a very pertinent question, of course. As you know, we launched the the European Universities Initiative 5 years ago, and the first objective was to pilot it, no? First to see if there is interest and to pilot, and the objective was to see them flourishing. So we gave the universities the space to create, the space to invent, the space to create what they want to become. Now we are entering into a new stage where, as we said before, we want to go further. We want to scale up what has succeeded, while of course still offering the space to fail, as we discussed this morning. So for that, indeed, it's very important that we find the right KPIs to bring the European universities further. Now, we discussed about the 50% mobility target, but we also discussed about, training the future generations for the future, also the lifelong learning, while keeping in mind that we don't want, the objective is not that one alliance does everything. These are objectives for the initiative as a whole, but then we need to respect the diversity of each alliance. So there's been a first attempt, on developing these KPIs with the study that has been presented by the Commission in January. So it's a good starting point. I mean, we don't say that we have managed, I would say, to finalize this work, but it's a good starting point. We are in 2025, and the call under the next MFF will be launched in 2028. So we still have some years to reflect, but it's very good to start the reflection, and I would invite you to look at the KPIs that have been developed as part of the study and maybe see whether we need to adapt them or not, also having in mind that since these KPIs have been developed, we have also further developed our strategy as part of the Union of Skills, so it will need to be reviewed in that context, and it is work in progress, and it's a collective work in progress. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Wait a second.
Right. Okay.
Sophia asked for a comment, but 1 minute, 30-second comment.
It's going to be a really quick one. I just wanted to bring in one more element into that question. Under the Polish presidency, we also saw the adoption of the recommendation on quality assurance. Yeah. Part of that recommendation is a suggestion for a cross-institutional quality assurance system for alliances. I think at the moment we have maybe a little bit of hesitancy around that, but personally I do think it could be very interesting if that was to be looked at in the context of unlocking funding. I think this is, if such a review was linked to unlocking, let's say, a long-term substantial tranche, having really a holistic view of everything the Alliance does, it could be something that's very motivating.
It's an important point if we want to move flexible forward. Okay, Marcin.
Okay, we have Julia from France. Youth Alliance.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you very much for this interesting panel. My name is Julia Cora from UFE. I have a question specifically for MEP Laurence Farang about the report that we are following with attention on European universities. In the draft version of this report, there is a mention of possibly adding funding criteria focusing on specific areas such as strategic autonomy as well as competitiveness. So we think these are indeed very important topic for Europe, and we understand that there is a need to put an emphasis on this, but perhaps not within alliances, which we think it is important that they are able to define their own path of development. And we think also this is part of the academic freedom of alliances. So the question that we have, because we follow this debate closely, and we know there were several amendments on the report, what would a compromise between the different political groups on this specific question look like if this is something already in the pipeline, let's say? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for your question. The work is in progress, so it's in camera, so we are still negotiating. But no worry, of course, we absolutely respect academic freedom. It's at the heart and it's the core of my work, I can assure you. But as I said, if we want to ensure the future of such programs, we should raise the importance, the strategic importance you have. So that's why I think we should be able should be able, to evaluate all the projects. We should be able to discuss of all, and maybe sometimes if there are new calls in the future. I think we have to focus first on what is existing. I know that certain university maybe will quit because it doesn't it doesn't fit, it's life. And maybe some could be able to join again, but at the Commission level, it will be in the calls for a certain type of project. It's very interesting to read the study of the Commission, because you see how all the fields of our European competencies are covered. But maybe, of course, the project and the progress is going on, and maybe in the future we will have new fields, or we should reinforce some fields. So that's just what I wanted to mention and to highlight in the report, and there's absolutely no attack on academic freedom. Thank you.
Last question.
So it's me again. Justyna Szostak-Daństek Enhanced Alliance. So we are really happy that you're speaking about, let's say, doubling the budget, maybe, yeah. But then if we talk about the numbers, not in the millions or billions of euro, but about the numbers of mobilities, for example, that we can sponsor within that budget, then the question is, are we increasing the number? Because what we are seeing is that, okay, we received the money to support the organization of European universities initiatives, so our alliances. But on the other hand, we rely on KA 131 mobility grants in order to implement these actions. And we do not see the increase in the budget that we're receiving. Actually, we're struggling with inflation. And it means that we are shifting the activities. It means that my student will no longer go to Madrid because I have to shift the funds and then sponsor the mobility to Valencia, which is my enhanced partner. So if we really want to have internationalization at the European level that is not strictly focused only on our alliance partners, and as we know, our academics, they have plenty of partners elsewhere. So we don't want to take these opportunities from them. We want to give them more options. We want to open the door, which means we need more mobility grants. And then the question is it going to happen? And then in terms of national funding, because the situation is similar. We had really great times with NAVA. Thank you very much for that. So in the past, let's say, application round, all of the alliances could be sponsored. Right now, we welcomed more colleagues, and we are really happy about it. So we have 35 universities in alliances, plus some that gained the seal of excellence. So let's say that the group that is right now eligible for the funding is 50 universities, while NAVA will be able to sponsor up to 20, which means the success rate for the funding is going to be lowered from 100% to 40%. So we start to really compete with each other, and I think it will cause really serious consequences. So how about the numbers? Not in billions of euros.
Okay, we have one more before you guys can answer, perhaps, and that'll be the last one.
Maybe this one will be easier and not that complex. Let's hope for it.
Hopefully, we'll see. Good afternoon, and before we break for lunch, thank you for hearing from me as well. My name is Emily Helmead, and I'm the Secretary General of UGLO, and this year's Vice Chair of For You For All. And I would like to actually make a proposal. I think in our own alliance, for the ease of moving forward, we have something where if there's no disagreement, it's agreement. But sometimes what you need is actual verbal agreement and support for what you're throwing out there. And I think that the panelists today gave us some very good ideas. And so I thought that it might help all of us if we reinforce the ideas we found the most compelling. And on my side, if I might start, I would say I find the single entry point compelling. And I think that if there's a subtext here, it's that we have to be realistic about what we can achieve in the next few months. We need to work with current instruments. So having a single entry point would make a lot of sense with what we have right now. I would also like to reinforce the idea of flexibility and openness. I think Sophia's point was really valid. The fact that we're also diverse means that we have to keep a very open framework. And I would also like to propose that this idea of flexibility that we've heard a lot of this morning can be expanded a bit. And perhaps if all of us could share some of the elements of flexibility that make the most sense for our own alliances, it would help you to construct the next MFF. Some of these might also include looking more outward. So we're talking about the instrument that's only for alliances, but I would suggest also that there are instruments that ensure that our alliances reach more universities and other partners. And so other funding instruments from the European Commission could also be considered in terms of incentivizing working with us and permitting perhaps our associated partners to also use their mobilities to work with us. There could be a sort of motivation to make the circle complete. And finally, I would like to say that our For You For All community is an excellent source of the impact stories you're looking for. And while we're just starting out as a project, and so our website is just beginning, for example, we do already have those stories. And so if we knew where to funnel them, not just throwing them out on the internet, but funnel them to the specific people that would help move things forward, we would be very happy to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It seemed like a summing up for our panel. Thank you very much for this intervention. I know that we are out of time, so my role is to say thank you very much to the panelists. Thanks for accepting our invitation. What? They wanted more questions. No.
Yeah. Let's bring it to lunch. All the other questions we can ask at lunch.
So the moderator decided to move it to the lunch. So the lunch will be served outside.
That means... No, it's okay. It's not us. No? No, no.
Because I'm hearing the voices. It's strange. Okay, so the lunch will be served outside. Don't forget to be on time for the panel after lunch. Laura Howard will be the moderator. Also difficult after the lunch, but please enjoy the time outside, enjoy the weather, and see you after the lunch.
See you in 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Big welcome back after the lunch break. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. And now it's time that we introduce our next session. This is session number 4, and it's chaired by Laura Howard from CEU, former president of the EAIE, senior internationalization leader at the University of Cádiz, España. Yay, beautiful, welcome. And joining her on stage are our wonderful panelists. We have Weronika Kuprianova, a tireless advocate for global mobility, talent development, impactful university partnerships. Veronika. She's also here as Deputy Director of Academic Cooperation Association. With her and with Laura on stage, we are going to have Manja Klemencic, leading scholar on student agency and engagement, Ljubljana, Slovenia. We have also with us a wonderfully engaged political scientist, Professor Małgorzata Myśliwiec, navigating the crossroads of public administration and Europeanization in higher education. And with us, last but not least, we have the only male in the panel. I'm pleased to announce and invite on stage Mr. Max Drapinski, a semiconductor strategist, a mentor, turning industry and academic cooperation into regional growth. Also, it will perhaps interest you to know that Max is a keen kite surfer. So he already promised next year when we organize a conference, he will provide a special workshop on kite surfing. So we're going to hold him by his word. All right, Laura, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for that exhilarating welcome. I hope that it's helped you all to feel like you can face another hour and a quarter panel session after the fourth one of the day. And I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of this for inviting me to be here moderating this panel and for finding such wonderful panelists. I'm sure you're going to agree with me by the end of the session that we've managed to keep your interest at a difficult time of day. So welcome to this panel on optimizing the impact with and for external stakeholders. Now, over the course of the morning, and it's been a very interesting morning, I'm sure you'll agree with me, we've had an overview of the transformative impact of the alliances and the main challenges that we're all facing. And we've explored how we can contribute to the development of the Union of Skills in Europe. And we've discussed the perspectives for the future of the alliances and for sustainable funding for that future. We've had a wonderful lunch, enjoying the nice weather outside. And now we're going to turn our attention to the vital role that is played in everything that's been discussed so far by the external stakeholders that accompany us on our journeys. Now, I'm sure you're going to hear many things referred to that we've already mentioned this morning, because the alliances, we are what we are and we do what we do. And we've discussed things this morning that will come up in our discussion now, but hopefully from different points of view. So the alliances work together with more than 2,200 associated partners across 43 different countries. These include, as you well know, non-governmental organizations, enterprises, businesses, cities, local and regional authorities. And as has been discussed earlier today, the impact of alliances, including their engagement with society, is a key aspect monitored by the Commission. And this means that successful alliances will demonstrate effective stakeholder involvement and its tangible results. So stakeholder involvement in our alliances is not just an add-on or a nice-to-have. It's a fundamental pillar for the European University Alliances for us to achieve the ambitious goals of systemic reform, societal impact, and fostering a stronger European identity. The alliances, we need to move beyond traditional academic partnerships to embrace a wider ecosystem of collaboration. But how do we do that? What works and what doesn't work? How can we ensure that the benefits are felt by all parties involved? Now, we've heard some things mentioned this morning. Vanessa talked about working hand in hand and side by side with industry, with businesses in the creation of our educational offerings. We heard how we'd sometimes have a tendency to work in a bubble and not take into account the society, the stakeholders around us. And we also heard that in the need for upskilling and reskilling, that employers and businesses could be considered the weak link in our creation of our joint programs and micro-credentials and so on. So this afternoon, we have this wonderful panel who will explore with us how to foster effective collaboration and help us assess how this engagement with stakeholders strengthens the competitiveness of European higher education institutions. So, where are you? There you are. First, Małgorzata. In Transform for Europe, the alliance that you're here to represent, what do you consider to be the most successful models or strategies that your alliance has implemented to initiate and to sustain? Because we're all quite good at initiating, but sustaining is perhaps the more difficult part. To initiate and sustain engagement with different types of external stakeholders.
Thank you, Laura. Hello. First of all, I would like to appreciate very much this kind invitation of Transform for Europe, European University for this event, because it is not our full name. Our full name is the European University for Knowledge Entrepreneurs. So it means that this entrepreneurial approach is very important for us and was important from the very beginning of the concept working on our alliance. So what it means for us and why this entrepreneurialism is so present in Transform for Europe. Well, first of all, let us say that starting the project, we were able to test new formats. And in my opinion, this is the most important element concerning this project and now our alliance, that we were totally free to propose any crazy idea that we had thinking about our future cooperation. I know that in this place we have some representatives of alliances that have been working before making formal the alliance. In our case, it was not so. We hardly know each other. So start to think about continuing anything was helpless. So in the first phase of our project, we decided, first of all, to create formats like open dual lectures, inviting representatives of external stakeholders and our researchers to offer the small seminar, of course, open to all the academic society. And it started to be a very successful format, inspiring both for research, but also for some kind of cooperation with our students, PhD students, showing possibilities that exist in Silesia. By the way, I would like to tell you, because perhaps not all of you knows it, that we are meeting in a very particular place. In my opinion, it is not a coincidence that we meet at the University of Wrocław. I think that this is the only Polish university that can be proud of 9 Nobel Prizes winners. And when we will be today in the main building of the university, please pay attention for this fact. In general, Silesia had 16 Nobel Prizes winners. I represent Upper Silesia. So I must say that this region has the particular potential to attract talents and give them possibilities to develop. Another thing that I would like to say was the way that we have been creating study programs. We have been talking today a lot about the European degree label. This didactic element was very present here today. But of course, when we are talking about creation of new study programs, still sometimes it is the temptation to engage our colleagues who are expert in certain areas and have only this academic approach. I remember when we met for the first time with working group, I suggested to my colleagues to bring some ideas, and those ideas were terrible. And I said, okay, so you have presented what you have presented, and now try to think as parents, would you encourage your son or daughter to study here? No. Okay, so let us do the homework again. We started with research. We started with small research among our stakeholders in Silesian metropolitan area. And we obtained very interesting results concerning expected skills, competences, and basing on it, we started once again. Now we have one Erasmus Mundus, one design measure, and other projects waiting to come true. So I must say this approach, not only creating the program for future PhDs and purely the basic research in academia, but thinking about our cooperation with external stakeholders. And also today we have been talking about our cooperation with financing agencies, and in my opinion, they are also very important external stakeholders. Today already, Professor Patrycja Matusz mentioned about our cooperation, cooperation of some alliances with our Ukrainian colleagues, and I think it's one of the best examples. Of course, our budgets that we have within alliances are sometimes tight. We do not have enough money for every need within alliance. But our Ukrainian colleagues that appeared in our European reality, European universities reality, after the start of the war, were left without any financing. I remember it was really challenging how we can involve them and share our European values with them. And in this moment, Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange came to help, but not only our Polish agency, also others, and said, okay, we know what is solidarity and we will help. And now we can make many more interesting projects to start with. And concluding my first presentation, I just would like to say that we have two coins of the same monet. I mean, the academic world needs freedom, but also freedom to choose something that is really crazy, looking from outside. But sometimes those very original ideas can be very important for the present world.
Thank you, Małgorzata. You're referring there, I think, to the space, to the room to think and be creative that's been referred to already today. And you've given some interesting examples of including stakeholders in the creation of educational offers and of bringing in the Ukrainian partners and giving them a space with which to develop with the alliances. Okay, Veronica, in your case, I'd like to look at a slightly different type of stakeholder engagement. ACA is working on a study, which is going to be published later this year, about national level support to the European University Alliances, such as that provided by the national agencies for Erasmus Plus or other types of national funding agencies. Now, this is something that came up in the previous panel about financing, but obviously support is not just financial support. Could you give us some insights into how this type of collaboration between alliances and stakeholders, such as national agencies, can work?
Thank you so much, Laura. Very interesting question, and good afternoon, colleagues. Very happy to be here. So indeed, maybe before I talk about this study, I just mention very briefly what ACA stands for. So I represent the Academic Cooperation Association, and it is a network of national agencies supporting or funding international higher education and European higher education. So indeed, when we look a little bit at the taxonomy of stakeholders, you know, internal or external, we would probably be an external stakeholder, you know, but a very close stakeholder, meaning that we collaborate with the alliances very, very closely. So indeed, we operate more at the system level, at the national level, together with national ministries and other types of funding agencies. So indeed, just from the perspective of the national funders, I'd like to stress the importance of the alliances, because this is part of the toolbox that supports different kinds of collaboration. And in this morning, you know, Maria also stressed in the panel that it is important to have a very broad diversity of different support mechanisms that support different ambitions. So as you know, the European Universities Initiative is a centralized action in the Erasmus Plus program. That means also that technically national agencies, be them Erasmus Plus agencies or other types of funding agencies, they have no direct role from the first side. But actually, when we start to look a little bit into this issue with the study that you mentioned, Laura, we wanted to explore a little bit about the different kinds of engagement that could exist between national agencies and alliances. And of course, that has also involved a bit of conceptualization of what support could be, you know. So of course, finances, they come immediately to the mind, you know, but we did not really wanted to fixate on the finances. We really wanted to unwrap this and think what kind of other types of support or assistance can be offered by national agencies to the alliances. So, and as we are now analyzing the data that we received both from the ANAs and from the alliances, and I'd like to thank many of you who responded to this questionnaire, we can maybe already look at some of the areas, like the broad areas where we see a lot of engagement between national actors and alliances. And the first one is linked to sharing of experience, peer learning, and networking among national institutions involved in the alliances. But this, I'm talking now about the national level networking and the national level sharing of practices, you know. So this is the area that could also be further leveraged in the future. Another area of engagement, and also an example of engagement, is the dissemination of good practices and outcomes of the alliance's work towards other higher education institutions within broader higher education systems. And there I would really like to stress a project run by 4 national agencies, namely DED in Germany, OAD in Austria, TPF in Hungary, and the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills, where with the project called Spread the U, they really explore the ways how, you know, these outcomes can be transferred from the alliances to the other institutions. So, and apart from these 2 areas of engagement, there is also one area that I would like to stress, and it's linked to also collecting evidence on national level outcomes of the alliances and feeding these outcomes and evidence back into the national policy-making processes. So this is actually quite a complex process, so we still need to collect data on the impact of the alliances at national level. How do they respond to the national level objectives in higher education, and what it means nationally, and how this kind of evidence can be used to shape, you know, and introduce reforms, you know. So this is something that is very important. And here I would like to bring an example of Czechia. So one of our members from Czechia, DZS, actually initiated a project exploring how the alliances contribute and respond to the specific higher education objectives nationally in the Czech national context. And this project was based on so-called internationalization audits together with external experts. So I think these are the big areas that emerge from our study, and we will be presenting our detailed outcomes in autumn. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. I'm sure we'll all be looking out for that report when it's published with interest. And I think in view of some of the comments that were made this morning about the need to communicate what we're doing and the impact we're having and to share what we're achieving, the idea of using some of our stakeholders to help us do that, such as the example of the national agencies, is one that maybe some of the alliances could consider and work together to not think that the burden of communication is theirs alone, but share it with their stakeholders and let them assist them in disseminating the good work. Manya, I'd like to turn to you now. After 10 years working in the States, in Harvard, in a country where the connections between higher education and industry are perhaps stronger than is generally the case in Europe, could you briefly frame for us what you consider to be the most important elements in setting up a successful collaboration between an alliance, in this case, and external stakeholders, and perhaps also some pointers about what not to do?
Thank you. Colleagues, it's really lovely to see you. I am not an alliance member, but I have engaged with you quite a lot in research and expert capacities. So I do know alliances intimately, and it's really nice to see people behind applications and reports and such, and feel the energy and your commitment. Anna was speaking earlier about the passions, and that can really be felt in the room. Now, to the question, it was in the last 2 months only that I came to a realization that the relationship between universities and the stakeholders are not only about bringing benefits for fulfilling the 4 key missions, the teaching, the research and innovation, the service, but can really be of existential nature. I'm referring, of course, here to the situation that you have all been reading about at my former employer at Harvard, where what we see now is that in the current situation, when the federal government froze billions in research funding, the external stakeholders, the partners from the industry, are stepping up to put up some money to maintain or prevent from shutting down some core research functions, of course not meeting the same amounts as the federal government, but nevertheless helping out. What we see as well is when the federal government is closing the visa program that would enable international students studying at Harvard, that the partners of Harvard University abroad are coming forward to offering to host those international students until the situation hopefully normalizes or sorts itself out. This is partnership in action. This is, friends coming forward to friends in need. But perhaps even more importantly is that when Harvard degree is no longer a positional good, that it's that joker that you pull out to get, entry into the top positions, but it's rather a baggage, a burden, something that you might even want to hide away. It is that those partners, the employers, from the industry, from the think tanks, from the NGOs, also from various agencies to the government, to the extent that they are still allowed to do, are still willing to take Harvard students as their interns, offer internship opportunities, and are still willing to come to campus to recruit Harvard students for employment. And by that, they continue to validate, to affirm the value of Harvard degree in times where if they had stepped back, it could well mean, you know, not only the decline, but the end of the university as we have known it. So that's why I'm speaking about the existential role that goes beyond the benefits that we all are aware and we all are taking part of. But of course, this kind of stepping in doesn't happen from one day to another, right? This kind of a partnership, this kind of level of trust, this level of mutual reciprocity is something that one has to build on. And I can see it in the work that you do, that you're setting up living labs, you're mapping the external stakeholders, possible partners, you're engaging a lot of them as associate members, bringing them directly into the work of your alliances. Talking about the frame and the key elements that Laura has asked about, I would go back to the network analysis, which are helping us to map who is who and who are the nodes. Who are the nodes within your respective partner institutions? And not only partner institutions, who are the nodes within each study program of each of your faculties, of each of your partner institutions? And how dense those nodes are in your study programs, how many people effectively are reaching out, and who are the nodes on the other side among the external stakeholders. And again, not only how dense they are, but also how diverse are those partners that your study programs at your partner institutions are reaching out. So it is a question about the, on one hand, density of the networks and the partners on the side of the institutions, your alliances, but it's also the question about the density and also diversity of the partners, external stakeholders, your colleagues, you yourselves are reaching out. Because it's really about that kind of a density, it's about the numbers also. It's not that there is a single, very active faculty member that has traditionally had a relationship with industry. And they usually come from the schools of engineering, computer science, medicine, tends to work very closely with the hospitals. Schools of design and architecture traditionally have people who have been having a very close collaborations. Business schools as well are the ones that reach out. But is there really consistency across schools and across study programs to have those nodes among the external stakeholders? And so not only who they are, but for what purpose are those relationships being built? Through what mechanisms? And that's the difficult part, right? Through what mechanisms and to what effects, to what results? And I just want to highlight again that it should not be just industry, it should not be just business partners, that wonderful partners come from non-profits, from museums and theaters, and from film industry knows that. We have had colleagues speaking about the alliance that is focusing on the film. Local governments, of course, and necessarily. And you know, I have a child now going into the philosophy, School of Philosophy, help us with finding jobs down the line. But I would hope that also those programs have some partnership outside, right? Either in publishing houses, then maybe she will be employable down the line, or some other ways, so that we have this density and then we have also diversity of the partnerships. We can talk later, so that I don't go too long, that we have a nice discussion about, especially that aspect, some of the good practices or what works in terms of the mechanisms of activating those partners who actually bring about the results that we think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Manya. I think you've brought in, added something to the funding pathway discussions and how maybe the stakeholders could in some way be considered possible future source of funding for the alliances. Hopefully not in such dramatic circumstances as you've described with Harvard. And you've mentioned also the diversity, perhaps, of the stakeholders that we include in our alliances, and that's something that I'd also like to circle back to, perhaps in the second round of questions. But for now, let's move on to you, Max. You have wide experience in collaborations with higher education institutions. And from your perspective as an external stakeholder from the world of business, what does a successful collaboration look like? What type of initiatives have been the most fruitful, the most productive for you as a businessman?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for following up through entire day up to the last session, last panelist session. Appreciate it and respect. From the business perspective, I see two angles. One is very pragmatic, short-term, and the other one is more strategic and more distant into future. So let me start with the very pragmatic one. European University Alliance and other alliances, university alliances in Europe are super important for teaching our future employees and future leaders in business of how to collaborate across universities and across the entire European ecosystem. We see a big correlation between how our future employees collaborate on international projects, especially R&D projects in technology domain, in deep tech, which is mainly semiconductors and artificial intelligence, if they have some experience from working in European alliances, collaborating between universities or within Erasmus projects or similar platforms. So majority of deep tech R&D projects in Europe are led across multiple countries, so are multinational projects and involve both universities and companies. So we see that people who are having experience of working within alliances are more keen, more comfortable, and more efficient at the end of the day while working on international R&D projects, especially EU-sponsored projects. So this is really helpful and really important to make our technologies developed in Europe to be stronger and, as a result, to make our economy and our entire continent, Europe, stronger. And so this is this pragmatic perspective, what's happening here and now. But more forward-looking perspective, if we look into Mario Draghi report, which is pretty pessimistic for future of competitiveness of Europe, it all depends on our collaboration. Our biggest strength in Europe is collaboration. And if our future leaders in 10, 20, 30 years will be more collaborative, we will be stronger as a nation and will become as a nation, as a variety of nations under one umbrella, European Union umbrella. And that depends on how comfortable and how experienced they are on collaboration today. So if we create platforms of collaboration for students, for researchers today, once they will become leaders of Europe, of businesses, of academia, or political leaders of Europe in future, they can collaborate and they can create stronger economy for future, and we can regain some of our competitiveness in future. So this is, to me, what's very important from perspective of European University Alliance, and thank you.
Thank you, Max. That's certainly painting a very positive picture, and I'm sure we'd all like to hope that that's what we're doing, planting these seeds for the future. And that brings me on nicely to the second question. Małgorzata, in your experience, how does this engagement with the external stakeholders strengthen the competitiveness and the societal relevance of your alliance and its member institutions?
Well, first of all, maybe I will also present the European but also Silesian perspective. I think that today young people are coming to academia not only for some ideas and to spend some years of time, but really are searching for skills, for competences, and expect that the university will be the door to the new professional world. And I think that this is the first issue. I think that the university now is the place where we are connecting people, and this is the first conclusion after 5 years of existence of our alliance. Another one is we are learning how to cooperate in European sphere, and what Max said, I think that this cooperation is the key thing that we should learn one from another. I remember one of our first meetings, and I think, wow, it will be really a total disaster, because we have been talking to each other, but I had this impression, of course, in English, in language, the instruction, but I thought that we didn't understand each other very well. I think that now we are doing much better, and it also helps our students, our friends from our particular universities to understand how to incorporate this cooperation, and I think this is the very big added value. I remember also, well, also it was said today that we are speaking different languages, but it should be our strength and not the obstacle in our cooperation with external world. Even talking about the first phase of the Alliance existence, we have been focusing more on internal networking, in getting to know better each other, and now we are trying to think about global outreach. That is also another element that is quite characteristic for Transform for Europe now in this phase of the project. So I think that all elements that I'm talking about also should be reflected in another element that today hardly has been mentioned, I mean in legal entities. As far, we have been treating our university alliances as projects with external financing, with some boxes to be ticked, and this way we have been perceiving European universities. Now, when we are trying to establish legal entities, we have to think what those universities should do, because we engage our money, not only from external stakeholders, but also our own. And we would like to see some kind of effects of those efforts. So I do hope that with new stage of European alliances existence, I mean with existence of legal entities, we will be able to achieve even more.
Thank you, Małgorzata. Yes, it will be interesting to see what effect the creation of legal entities has on our interaction with external stakeholders. And perhaps, Veronica, I could ask you the same question from the perspective of a stakeholder association. How does this, do you think it strengthens the universities and the stakeholders themselves to have this interaction?
Thank you, Laura. I'd like to continue this discussion and maybe revisit a little bit the idea of competitiveness. Małgorzata, you started already talking about this. So I feel like I wanted to frame this a little bit, the idea of competitiveness in the context of the alliances and the European Universities Initiative. What does this mean to be a competitive alliance? Does this mean that you need to go through a call for proposals and to be successfully funded? Probably not, you know. So if I look a little bit back at the experience of Erasmus Mundus and Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters, there we can say that, okay, a competitive Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters program is a program that can attract fee-paying students, for example. This is a program that can connect well to industry, to industrial players or societal actors, as Mania also mentioned. So this is a program that is financially sustainable, it offers high quality, and it is also attractive to students. And also I quite like the point that Max brought. It's also, competitiveness is also linked to the competitiveness of graduates, you know. So if the graduates of alliances are more competitive on the labor market, and then they can get better jobs with industry or with societal actors, that also contributes to the overall competitiveness of the alliances. So I think this is, of course, also the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approaches. This is what we really learned from the Erasmus Mundus context, and this is what industry really wants. I mean, we're still struggling with that because of the silos, departments, and so on, but this is, I guess, what the world of business wants. And these are the aspects that are very well articulated in the context of the European degree label to some extent. So the alliances, they can really upscale that, you know. So I think they can build on this Erasmus Mundus sort of achievements and take it to the next level. But I feel that there will still be, despite this strategic vision, there will still be some need for thematic anchoring, you know. So you somehow need to leverage
specific topics, you know, to operationalize the impact. So in the previous round of this discussion, I talked a little bit about the various forms of engagement between national agencies and the alliances, and you also started to talk about this, Małgorzata, about this project logic, right? That all alliances, they are funded on the project logic, but then they are also expected to deliver broader impact, which goes far beyond the project logic. So here we have to talk about the cumulative impact. As one alliance goes through several iterations or generations, then this impact could be accumulated accordingly, you know, but we also need specific mechanisms to look at this cumulative impact, and I think we are not yet there. So just thinking about how this support mechanism, wanted to stress that this project logic also applies to different support mechanisms that exist for the alliances. And I'm talking about fantastic projects here for EU for All. We have the Future for Alliances that will be coordinated by Campus France. We have a lot of nationally funded initiatives, you know. So Małgorzata again mentioned the initiative of NAVA to fund Ukrainian associate members. And then, of course, in Germany, there was a dedicated initiative. These are all projects, you know. So, and as we want to have more sustainable impact, you know, and to support those alliances in more sustainably, we should not also forget about having also these structured embedded support mechanisms for them, you know. They go far beyond funding, you know. And I would really like to stress a broad and maybe bolder approach to impact, you know. So this is a bigger initiative. The impact can be co-created, and the responsibility for the impact can be co-shared, you know, with stakeholders, with very close stakeholders such as national agencies. But that means we might need to have some more innovative and more nuanced co-ownership models in the next program, where we could differentiate between the high-level goals that we have, between pure contract administration applying to be an alliance and so on, and then broader efforts to jointly achieve impact within broader ecosystem, but also locally, you know. And I think national agencies, they are very well placed, you know, in these potential models, because they can help alliances mainstream and upscale this impact.
Okay, thank you very much, Veronica. Interesting there, this idea of co-responsibility for the impact with stakeholders, as well as working together, also being co-responsible for the impact and indeed for showing that impact. And that brings me very nicely on to the next question for you, Mania, because we all know that when we dedicate time and effort and resources, as we all do, to working with external stakeholders, we want to be sure that what we're doing is effective, and we also have to prove that what we're doing is effective to those who fund us. And in your experience working with alliances and in evaluations, what can you tell us about how these transformative results and impact from alliances engagement with external stakeholders can be measured beyond the traditional academic metrics?
That's the difficult part, right? The results. Because we all know how description of actions look like and the deliverables that were there. Many of the deliverables that alliances set forward is, of course, building structures that will be facilitating building relationships with the stakeholders, including mapping who those external stakeholders that could be working with alliances are. And those are very important and valuable tasks that have to, this is the kind of a groundwork that has to happen if you down the line want to create activities that will bring about a measurable impact. So what are possible measurable outcomes? If we think about the education function, you will see them in the monitoring framework developed by PPI for the European Commission. I was involved with that one as well. That's probably going to be one of your guiding lights as you will be kind of finalizing or going towards the final stages of the grant periods. Higher education Innovate has a nice self-assessment tool, which is about entrepreneurship innovation, with lots of references as well on how to involve external stakeholders. So there are two kind of EU documents that can be guiding you. But again, thinking about education, of course, clear, measurable outcomes will be dealing with courses that are work-based, that incorporate traineeship or internships directly with external stakeholders, be that with businesses or hospitals. Some of your programs that have already automatically, but it's not very systematic. It's not systematic in my university. There are ample of programs that have absolutely no connection with any stakeholders at any time. Another example would be research projects that are dealt with or for external stakeholders, again, across the industry. It doesn't need to be only in the STEM industry. Industrial PhDs, joint development of micro-credentials. We have heard them before. Joint micro-credentials that will be incorporated into your degree programs as a kind of enhancing the educational offer that has been developed. Those are some very concrete, apart from everything what we know already from research and innovation, right? Applied projects, patents, startup companies, and all of that. So if we think about the mechanisms, how to achieve that, I mean, your living labs are really nice, kind of a starting point of creating communities of practice where this kind of ideas and collaborations can happen. Americans do this as well, both Stanford and MIT. I was in Stanford 2 months ago, and I was asking about their accelerator programs, and I said, so how do you really bring companies in? How do you know, there's a competition. They said, we make them explicitly pre-competition research and teaching collaboration and exchange of ideas. Pre-competition, which means that we bring into this accelerator program multiple companies, but also multiple different departments, not just from one faculty, kind of a multidisciplinary, just to kind of have almost sometimes TED Talks. Veronica was talking about tech talks as a way, tech talks to show what is the latest that people are working on and kind of find what's happening in the industry and what are the needs for the new skills and where the collaboration could happen. So this is a kind of, and they even have it with a membership, so they pay symbolic money, so it's a bit exclusive, a little bit special. It's not just anyone can come, and it's slightly selective, and it has proven. But what is also the mechanism that is really important, and many of your partner universities have them, is, of course, the support offices, right? Those that offer licensing support, so both the legal support, but also support in finding venture capital that would be actually supporting implementation and bringing to life the companies. This is where we have an expert right here, so I'm going to pass it to him. But maybe before I stop, just one little comment. Last year, I was an unusual project landed on my shoulders that I was not completely equipped with. I was managing building of house, our own house. And when building the house, you don't deal with your usual, right? The people that we usually deal in universities as our external partners. You deal with the construction companies, with roofers, with people who do the tiles, plumbers, electricians. And they, of course, ask me, what do I do, right? Higher education, research, and such. They don't think much, or too highly about what we do. They don't do much of, they don't have time or money or capacity for their own reskilling and upskilling. And my goodness, they would have needed some help sometimes. So I was doing my homework, figuring out what kind of insulation we will use for our house that is, eco-friendly, sustainable, still within the budget. And I was thinking, these small-sized and medium-sized businesses, family-run, they have to be among those external stakeholders as well, right? Because at the end of the day, those are also the companies that make the kind of our life go around and our society. So it's not just high tech. It's not just the big flashy partners that we usually go to for fundraising and for big applied projects. They should not be forgotten, and they need for their own capacity building, and they can be very important as well for bringing our own students into their internships and partnerships. So I'll just end with this. I'm now in the village, and I do hope that you as well can bring those into your partnership schemes.
A very interesting point there, Manya, perhaps widening the net of those that we consider as stakeholders for our alliances. Now, I'm very conscious of the time because I would very much like to be able to open up to questions from the floor. But first, I'd like to hear from Max. What, in your experience, are the remaining challenges or barriers to even more effective engagement, and what support do you feel, from your perspective, is needed from policymakers, from funding bodies, from what is missing to make more effective stakeholder cooperation?
Thank you. I think we got part of the answer already being prepared. As a business, we see huge, enormous potential in micro-credentials. Because if you want to implement some new technology, new topic, like, for example, semiconductors or artificial intelligence, it used to take us a full calendar year to create a curriculum, from one semester long curriculum from the scratch up to until it's ready. So after a year, usually some components of this curriculum are already outdated because technology evolves so fast. And in the result, we needed to create additional new curriculum, updated, so it takes another months or semesters. So it's very ineffective. With micro-credentials, we can change it. We can design entire course, entire curriculum within modules, 15 hours long modules, and we can swap only the modules which are becoming obsolete with wider flexibility and way smaller effort. So this is solving this problem of pace of creating new curriculums and creating new knowledge at universities. But it also solves other problems, because technology becomes increasingly interdisciplinary. So, for example, in semiconductors manufacturing facility, we need people with background from chemistry, biology as well, physics, mechatronics, electronics, computer science. And how to make sure that all those people are prepared for semiconductors industry, which is very specific. We can implement micro-credentials, elective micro-credentials, and they can take some of those courses on whatever topic they are studying. So we got people prepared from multiple domains, already knowing something about semiconductor industry. So this is also very helpful to prepare for the job of future. And this is how it works today, but what's missing is the scalability. Because today micro-credential courses are not implemented by many universities yet, and are not implemented in standardized way. So it means that I need to work with specific university, specific academic institution, create the course in accordance with their standards, with their needs and their implementation, with their ECTS calculation. And it's individual. I need to work with each university individually, so it's not very scalable. And if we want to achieve an effect of scale, we need to make it more standardized and implement it wider. And Professor Janina today said Schengen in the university. So this is my ideal state. If we will create micro-credential standards and universities will adopt it and will be able to implement the same course in one university and then scale it up and repeat through multiple universities in Europe, we can easily create new technology, new industry in our continent and become more competitive at the end.
Thank you, Max. Yes, scalability is important to be effective and to have real impact, because individual experiences can be very fruitful and very positive, but if we can't then easily scale them up, it does make a difference. Now, before we open the floor, I just wanted to make a comment about the diversity of stakeholders, which is something that's been mentioned. And like with most things in life, there are always, I think, two sides to the coin. And certainly in the experience of CU, we've found that while diversity of stakeholders is, of course, essential and important, from the stakeholders' perspective, looking at what they get out of working with the Alliance, we've also found that it's beneficial to have groups of stakeholders that have similar interests and similar concerns. And in CU, we have a cities council of all the cities where our universities are based, and a ports council, and they have found it valuable to work together and to meet together and have found these natural European partners that they can collaborate with and work with. And this has seen fruits. For example, the cities have, some of the cities on the Cities Council have applied together for European funding and have a project which is called Science Comes to Town, which has a considerable amount of funding from the European Commission. And for us, this is an important result and impact of working with the stakeholders. So now, having said that, I'd like to open up to, I know you've had a long day, you've been sitting for a long time listening to a lot of very interesting contributions throughout the day, but I'm sure that you have some questions for our panelists. The lights don't allow me to see right to the back. Of course, you know that this means that I'm going to ask some questions. Oh, we have some at the back, wonderful. Ah, that depends.
Yes, hi. Again, Iris from the European Students' Union. My question would actually go to Max from the business perspective. What is the buy-in for businesses to take part in the alliances? Is there different ones, or is there one in particular? Is there something you expect in return? Like, yeah.
Very good question, thank you. So for the business, it's always about ROI, return on investment in both dimensions. Here and now, in some particular project we are involved in, or for some more distant strategic goals into future. But it's always about getting some results out of it, out of the collaboration. And we see especially fruitful collaborations in the R&D domain on some new technologies where universities are very often specialized, do have experts, obviously, and also increasingly big amount of equipment, modern equipment. And in many cases, it's affordable for the business, for the company, to delegate and outsource some of the research to the academia, to the universities, to also university alliances, not only to one university, because it's basically cheaper than to create this capacity in-house. So from the perspective of universities, university alliances, I think we should also try to understand where are these areas where we could support businesses and what the capabilities we should develop in order to be attractive for the business and in order to get more research funded by the business. So also in a transactional business-oriented model.
Okay, thank you. Any more takers?
We have one
Yes.
more in the back here. Still, we can always count on you. Okay, here we go.
I will skip the introduction of myself. Okay, Veronica, I have a question to you because you said that Mundus graduates are more competitive at the labor market. And although my heart belongs to joint programs and including Mundus programs, I wonder what kind of data are you referring to? Because as far as I know, there are no tracking tools that allow us to say where the graduate is and where the graduate works, not only for the Mundus programs, but for all of the programs that we have in different countries. So then, of course, we believe that this is why we construct these programs. But what kind of hard evidence do you have to say that they are more competitive and actually attractive to the labor market? Because we need these facts to support the construction of these programs and then convince our taxpayers to invest in these programs.
Thank you so much about this question. It's true there is no hard data behind that. So I was making an argument that the competitiveness of alliances, you know, that could be also translated into the competitiveness of their graduates, you know, as Mania was talking about Harvard, you know, and how competitive they are. with future employers. And I was comparing a little bit with the situation with Erasmus Mundus, you know, and how the graduates from Erasmus Mundus are also stronger sort of competitors in the labor market. From the Erasmus Mundus Association, you know, of students, we know that they do have very good success, you know, in the labor market. And there are some, actually, there is a little bit of data from the projects like GoDigib, you know, and I can dig this out for you, where they try to compare small groups of students involved in just regular internationalization activities and graduates from Erasmus Mundus. There they could see, you know, some higher success rates of students. And I quite like this research because it involves the control groups, you know, so you compare the two different groups of students. But unfortunately, there is no big hard data for the whole Erasmus Mundus program, you know. So also the individual joint masters, they try to track their alumni, you know, and I know that many programs, they try to create these databases, you know, and of the alumni, but it is a very big effort, you know. So we are talking about longitudinal sort of approaches there. So someone who graduates today, you know, he may be, you know, will be on the peak of his or her career, you know, in 15 years from the moment of graduation. So I think that there is maybe even at universities there is not that much of institutional memory, you know, because Erasmus Mundus joint masters are also supported as projects, you know, so you need to reapply every period, you know, to get the new generation of your project. So I really doubt that there are many universities, you know, that have that much of continuity for 15, 20 years. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hi. So this is Rafa Toledo from UET Plus. For some of you, it's not surprising that I'm talking here. Right, Laura? So just to take it from there, what I usually quote in, it's an article of Inside Higher Education. There were like 5,000 respondents, and the students were claiming that around 75% or something, it was valued, the experience with a long physical mobility, by the way, in the job interview, and they were checking some skills. I think there were 15 skills that they marked, like they were requested, actually, they were asked about in the job interview, so they claimed that they helped, and the numbers of answers were quite 5,000. It is some years old, maybe 7, 8 years old, but this is usually the reference that I give. Yeah, thank you.
Did you want a response to that from one of the panelists? No?
Just a comment, I believe.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else? All right? No, I don't think.
No. Right, well, I can see that we are all ready to perhaps stand up and move around and go out and get some fresh air. So I think what we can, the main conclusions that we can draw from this is that stakeholders are a very important partner on our journeys, and that we need to look at who we've got as stakeholders. Do we have the right type of stakeholders? But we also need to think, to try and look at it from the stakeholders' point of view. What's in it for them? Why would they want to actively participate in the alliance and in what we're doing? And how can we disseminate what we're doing, prove the impact that it's having, and share it so that it can be imitated, but also that it can be scaled up and made to have real impact beyond our individual institutions and alliances. And I'm sure that you will join me in thanking our panelists for giving us their time and sharing their insights this afternoon.
Big hand for our panelists, yes. Thank you so much. Laura Howard, Weronika Kuprianowa, Mania Klemencic, Małgorzata Myśliwiec, Max Rupiński. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, now it's really time to say we're off until the concert. Feel free to move around. It takes about 20 minutes to walk from here to the Oratorium Marianum. It's on the other side of the river. The map will guide you there. We start the concert at 7 p.m., so at 1900 hours. Then at 8, we have a gala dinner on one of the islands. It's called Słodowa, Wyspa Słodowa. And it's about 10 minutes from the Oratorium to the dinner. So I hope you enjoy your afternoon. If you want to hang around, there's also a networking area, but it's totally optional. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. Feel free to explore the city. Feel free to enjoy the beautiful afternoon. And we hope to see you all at the concert, 7 p.m. and at dinner, 8 p.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.